Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
I swore I wasn't going to say anything about Hassan Piker, but here we are. What does Hassan Piker have to do with the U.S. Constitution and a fight between the American right and left that started almost exactly 100 years ago? Well, quite a lot as I see it. And this isn't history repeating. This is history continuing to happen. Today, the American right and establishment Democrats are joining together again to lay into Piker. Why? Because he was born in New Jersey? No, it's an okay place. Is because his name is Hassan, not Ashby or Blair or Taylor? Well, maybe. But the real answer is something he said on a live stream, warning that conflating American Jews with Israel makes Jews less safe. Piker said that if American Jews continue to present themselves as singularly invested in Israel, someone will eventually act against them, against American Jews, not Israel. Then it all kicked off. The people who don't like him did the usual lazy thing and called him anti-Semitic. Many of his defenders said he was warning against anti-Semitism. That's a legit argument we can have on its merits among people who take it seriously. The problem with having an argument on its merits, though, is that you can lose that kind of argument. It's better for the people who don't like Piker to shift their fight to ground it's tougher for them to lose on. And that is where the discourse went when the Democratic establishment got into it. They took the fight onto the field of our political culture, where the American left has been losing fights for a century. What the establishment made of Piker's statement became evidence against people who didn't share it, against policies it had nothing to do with, against an insurgent progressive left they'd already flagged as un-American, even anti-American. But the revealing part to me is what came next. The attacks stopped being about what Piker said. They became about who's alongside him, who must denounce him, and, here's the turn, which candidates and which policies can be discredited just by being associated with him. Mostly that's because of what he represents. He represents a threat, just like all the insurgents in this year's Democratic primaries do, all pushing for change. The change of what? Of what gives the people criticizing him their place, their influence, their payday, what established them. He scares them. The progressive left scares them. It's young, smart, energetic, and they see an America that has little use for an establishment who doesn't see much need to change. This is familiar ground to me. This is the establishment versus its own terror of the American left. And we can trace its birth, all of it. The nationalization of our political culture, organized, designed, shifting to the center to target the American left, started 100 years ago, when the smoke cleared from World War I, and the American establishment stopped worrying about the threat from Germany, and they looked at the threat from within. They'd been worried about America becoming less Anglo-Saxon for a long time. But they figured Jim Crow and the United States Army were doing a good enough job of keeping Black and Indigenous people in their places, by which they meant far enough from anywhere it might impact the pretty privileged establishment. But waves of immigration from the very much not Anglo-Saxon parts of Europe were pouring into American cities, and they brought something that couldn't be so easily contained. Ideas about the relationship of governments to the governed, about how capital and property and assets determine how power gets distributed, about communism and socialism and the right of workers to organize and fight for what they deserve against the people trying to keep those rights away from them, the establishment. And they, the establishment, already had an instrument to do all that work, the National Security League. It was not a grassroots club of concerned citizens. It was created in 1914 by a corporate lawyer and an army general, because of course, with plenty of help from politicians and publishers and great men. Elihu Root, former Secretary of State and Secretary of War, he gave it prestige. Theodore Roosevelt gave it noise. The presidents of Harvard and Columbia and Johns Hopkins and others, and bankers and governors and industrialists, they all gave it committee members. Simon Guggenheim, Henry Frick, and the Vanderbilt fortune gave it money. J.P. Morgan gave it more. And their first job, selling a European slaughter to an isolationist American public. But after that war, they turned to the home front. And the next threat, the American left. And they had events to work with. The Russian Revolution, the Seattle General Strike, the steel strikes, the Wall Street bombing of 1920, the growth of the Socialist Party, and the Wobblies. So they decided that any worker asking for an 8-hour day and a living wage was a sleeper agent for the Bolsheviks. All that variety of grievance and dissent turned into a single conspiracy under one red flag, all bent on the violent overthrow of their American republic. So after the war, the League honed in on what they thought the threat from the left really was about, an attack on the very center of their American life, their way of governing, the heart of their United States, their constitutional order. Now, for us today, wrapped in our hyper-nationalist political culture, it's hard to even imagine the America that existed before our worship of the founders, before the constitutional cult, before the patriotic catechism, before the genuflection in front of every patriotic symbol. When people didn't care much about Thomas Jefferson or James Madison, when 1787 didn't dominate our political language, turning everyone into an originalist of one kind or another, the Federalist Papers weren't scripture outside a courtroom, when the name Alexander Hamilton wouldn't excite anyone. No under God in the pledge, no official national anthem, no national motto of "In God We Trust." There was a time, not that long ago, in my grandfather's lifetime, when none of those things were part of our culture, before all of it was fused into the single nationalist, standardized, enforceable American creed. Enter the League's Committee on Constitutional Instruction, spearheaded by the head of Princeton's history department. They knew you didn't win by debating adults with arguments and information out in the open. Again, you can lose those kind of arguments. No, you win on safer turf by indoctrinating kids in classrooms and threatening their teachers if they don't. They drafted model laws mandating rigid civics instruction in public schools, turning the study of history into mandatory compliance with their belief system. Their goal wasn't to teach our history. It was to teach students how they should feel about their version of our history. And the League wasn't alone. It had America's social and financial establishment, so the legal establishment wanted its piece of that pie. The American Bar Association formed its American Citizenship Committee, led by a Texas lawyer and Democratic Party official named Robert E. Lee Sainer. The name was just too good not to mention. They drafted the Citizenship Creed. They pushed state laws requiring teachers to take loyalty oaths to the Constitution, merging the legal establishment with the patriotic anti-left thought police. They mobilized lawyers across the country to stem the tide of radical attacks on the Constitution and the flag. And they urged every lawyer in America to be a missionary for constitutional loyalty. Altogether, they remade America's political culture in a way that's very recognizable to us. Out went anything that could speak to the kind of individualism that could fuel the left's opposition to their control. The radicalism of the American resistance in the revolution, gone. Take Samuel Adams, an OG resistor, a guy who organized riots, destroyed property, and terrorized government officials to make change, the Alice Paul of his time. The new curriculum sanitized him into a respectable law and order statesman who cared deeply about tax policy. Did you know he was a tax collector? And the Declaration of Independence, even that was too dangerous, a liability even. Too much talk about equality and the right of the people to alter or abolish governments. To the 1920s establishment, it smelled too much like the French Revolution, utopian.
Yeah, I'll just stop this right here. Just to say hello. Welcome to Stanley versus the World Saturday edition. The short bus is underway. Excuse me. $90 for GTA 6. I think my son had the last one. I guess it's 5. And I used to watch him play it every now and again, but I maybe it's at least been maybe even 6 years, 7 years since I have played a video game. The last video game I was really involved with was actually there were a couple of them. One was Sniper Elite or something, and the other one was No Man's Sky, which I actually really liked, but it started kind of getting repetitive. And I hear they've made all kinds of enhancements to it, though. It's almost like a different game from when I bought it. But I'm, it may just be that I have adult ADD or ADHD. I just can't imagine sitting there for hours at a time playing a video game. Um, I have to get up and do something. I can't even watch a movie. I can't even watch a movie straight through without pausing it and getting up and doing something. So yeah, I like Sniper Elite. But again, I probably maybe even 7 years ago. But anyway, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button on the way in. If you happen to be new to the channel, please subscribe and like and share it out. We're up to a whole 391 subscribers, so we've actually added a few over the past week or so. Not sure that this is going to be a super long show, because for some reason, I'm a little tired. I was up way later last night than I thought I would be. After I did the show last night, I wound up going up on Chocolate Earth's panel. Actually, it was a Creative Solutions panel, and I don't know. Maybe I'll even show that, because I actually got on camera. Usually they want men to cam. They want men to cam up, and they were gonna make an exception because shit, they know what I look like. But I just told them, nah, don't make an exception, because if I do it, then other people are just gonna go, well, you let Stanley do it. So I just went ahead and cammed up. I had to put on a hat because my hair was all messy. So we'll finish this up. After this, I got a couple words for Be Brave. I happened to stop by. He was with John Galt for a bit, but by the time I got there, John Galt had wandered off to do whatever John Galt does. And, Be Brave, he's always got something interesting to say. Never profound, never correct, just interesting. And I have a comment about his comment about something I wrote in the chat, and he is just profoundly wrong on so many issues. And it's amazing that people are so gullible these days in 2026. But let's go ahead and we'll get this started.
Dangerously democratic, a license for class warfare. So they quietly shoved it into a kind of cultural display case and made its opening paragraph an exhibit about radical hysteria, because too many leftists were reaching for those examples. Even scholars were getting into the act, reading class into the Constitution itself. Was the American Revolution really just the French Revolution? Class upheaval, making the world anew, turning the world upside down, you've heard it all. And the property class needed to put a lid on all that, so they created a constitution to do it? That would be the sound of Charles Beard entering the chat. And he was promptly kicked out of it, lest his influence leave the friendly confines of the seminar room and start shaping your ideas. No, what was needed was a way to shape political culture toward an end, toward behavior. And it had worked during World War I magnificently. So they turbocharged the methods of the emerging public relations industry that had fueled that in the war. They understood you don't persuade a mass public with facts. You engineer their consent by bypassing reason entirely. You manufacture a crisis, you trigger the emotional reflex, and then you provide a pre-packaged symbol to worship and a ready-made savior. Truth is irrelevant. Compliance is the only measure of success. And how to do that? Law and order, and a new story about the US Constitution. Go to the beginning, rescue it from Beard, and turn the founding document of the United States into the founding document of Law and Order America, and one distinct from those emotional radical revolutionaries. The sober, mature framers of 1787 were above all that foolishness. Of course, that would take some massaging of the historical facts, the ratification debates, how the Bill of Rights actually happened, Marshall's invention of judicial review, the Civil War, the Reconstruction Amendments. Can't do it. All that is a story of resistance, dissent, conflict, a constitution that was in no way coherent at the start, that emerged, evolved in fits, shaped by historical moments and by people fighting for change. Well, that version wouldn't do. That's not a clean narrative with clean protagonists and a happy establishment ending. So how about something new? How about this? The Constitution was created whole in 1787 in Philadelphia by framers less concerned with the rights of man, too much French Revolution in that, than with the duties of man. There, they created 3 co-equal branches and a marvelous, intricate system of checks and balances that explicitly rejected any idea of the United States as a democracy. No, democracy is too dangerous. Forget that it was the one part of the history they actually got right. To the League and the Bar Association, democracy was a dirty word. It meant what it meant to George Washington: mob rule, the confiscation of wealth. Wilson said World War I was to make the world safe for democracy. The National Security League wanted to make democracy safe for the world. Democracy uncontrolled was just another word for anarchy. No, the United States was a representative republic where political power was held by the better sort, by those who knew the right thing to do. They would represent everyone else because they knew better, under a rule of law that would forever protect property and restrain the crowd. And the framers had help. God lent a hand. The Constitution became a miracle. The framers weren't just wealthy politicians haggling over their own interests, having excluded the real critics from the room entirely. They were unified demigods, channeling the Holy Ghost, delivering flawless, finished scripture from Mount Sinai. The Bar Association Citizenship Committee made it loud and clear: no student of the Constitutional Convention could fail to see the hand of God in its deliberations. It's a quote. So the Constitutional Convention became a gathering of worthies representing everyone in America who wasn't there: women, the poor, enslaved people, Patrick Henry. And their surrenders became compromises inspired by revelation. The ratification debates became a reinforcement of unity. Madison became the father of the Bill of Rights. Marshall, a consolidator of the new Union's power. Daniel Webster, of all people, a defender of it. And Abraham Lincoln, a rescuer of it. Reconstruction and the radical Republicans became zeroed out. The Emancipation.
Does anyone just happen to know? I know Juan will know. The Bill of Rights was added to the Constitution like what, 2 or 3 years after the original Constitution was drafted. And basically James Madison, I think he was the first Speaker of the House or something to that effect. He was basically forced to add the Bill of Rights to the Constitution. He was a great scholar of government. He was the spearhead of putting the Constitution together. But when he ran for Congress in Virginia in his own district, he wasn't a good politician. And basically, in order to get was it Patrick Henry behind him? Whoever the governor of Virginia was at the time, I can't remember. I don't think it was Edmund Randolph. Anyway, I'd have to look it up. But anyway, to get the political support he needed, he was basically forced to add a Bill of Rights. And he just, kind of squeaked a victory to get into Congress from promising to add a Bill of Rights. So your vaunted Second Amendment, our sainted First Amendment, very well could have not wound up in the Constitution.
Proclamation, because it was all Lincoln's, became what the 13th Amendment, forged by the radicals, actually was. And the 14th Amendment, if they had to mention it at all, was just continuity, a simple clarification of what the framers had in mind all along, which is essentially John Roberts' opinion in the birthright citizenship case. The point was continuity, not change. 1787 as the beginning of everything, and that everything was law and order and duty to it. Nothing the American left could really grab onto. And loyalty to that Constitution, the one they made up, the fictional unitary Constitution, became the measure of being an American. Swear loyalty to it and understand what that loyalty is really to. And boy, did it work. By 1924, 25 of the 48 states required the Constitution to be taught and imposed loyalty oaths on teachers, all manufactured by the League and the Bar Association. By 1930, that had become 43 of 48 states, almost 5 million students. 250,000 copies of the League's constitutional catechism distributed. And teachers who wouldn't take the oath, fired. The pledge, the flag salutes, daily ritualized acts of submission to the nation, Constitution Day became a holiday. They all turned ideological dissent into a cultural crime and triggered structural social change without ever passing a constitutional amendment. And the aim was clear. As one of the leaders said, a school should no more graduate a student without faith in American government than a seminary should graduate a minister without faith in God. That there laid the foundation of our modern political culture and moved America's political center to the right, all of it manufactured to counter the progressive left. Now, there was a backlash. It might have worked a little too well. By 1938, a lot of people said they were sick of hearing about the Constitution. And the right was also using it to attack the New Deal, especially after FDR tried to pack the courts. So liberals in the establishment, not wanting to let a good thing go to waste, rushed to claim the Constitution as their turf. Still law and order, just their version of law and order, to defend the New Deal and all that governmental power used in ways that they agreed with. The right shifted the field and defined it. The establishment left moved on to it and camped out and never left. Then World War II shook things up, and not in a good way. The establishment had to pivot back to fighting Germany 20 years after they'd stopped. And there was a bigger wrinkle this time. The communists were on America's side. The American left had a stronger claim to anti-fascism than any other group in America. And the same white America the League had been reshaping seemed to have little interest in fighting Germany again. So, dust off 1776 and layer it over 1787. The pivot from a constitution of law and order to a patriotic fight of freedom versus tyranny, which, as the propagandists plastered everywhere, was apparently always America's fight, a universal antagonist of tyranny wherever it was. Back comes the Declaration. Back comes Jefferson, literally, when his memorial went up in Washington in 1943. At the dedication, FDR said Jefferson proved that the seeming eclipse of liberty can well become the dawn of more liberty. That was what the American Revolution became. It wasn't about the mechanics of the Constitution anymore, and it still wasn't about the real history of the whole thing. It was about a bloody crusade for the soul of humanity. Jefferson was no longer the dangerous author of alter or abolish. He was the apostle of freedom, enlisted in America's global war. And that worked too. Think of it as a new filter placed on our political culture. The establishment that spent the 1920s teaching obedience to the Constitution now had workers and soldiers seeing themselves as agents in America's global struggle for human freedom. But don't worry, the two strains got consolidated. 1776 as a universal fight for freedom, 1787 as the victory of law and order. They were consolidated when the real work of the establishment, back to fighting the American left, returned with a vengeance, with the Cold War. A group we call the consensus historians took the 1920s blueprint about the Constitution and the 1940s messaging about the Revolutionary War and wrote a version of American history where class conflict never existed, where America was built on a pragmatic, unified vision of responsible liberty. They framed the entire American left as a foreign contagion, an un-American virus, rather than a homegrown reaction to exploitation. And keep in mind, it was never, ever about research and scholarship. It was about nationalism. Daniel Boorstin, one of the shapers, told the Congressional Committee exactly what his scholarship was for. His job, and the job of all American historians, was to combat communism by teaching students the unique virtues of American democracy. He wrote a whole book making ideology the enemy of the American experience. And other historians joined in, and in an especially wicked turn, they reconstructed the American political center as the only legitimate left. That's as far as America could go, and they wrote the radical left out of America entirely. Those historians weren't all telling the same story, but they were doing the same exact work. And together, they sharpened the boundaries of modern American political culture, making membership in the American left so thoroughly un-American, even anti-American, that the charge falls like a final judgment from that day to this day. And we remain trapped in that cage. It's not history repeating. It's not even history rhyming. This is history continuing. The fight that started 100 years ago is the same fight. It never stopped. And that continuity is not some secret organization passing a plan from hand to hand. It's a structure of exclusion doing the work it was designed to do. Collapse the left into its most frightening edge, identify that edge as the enemy of what it means to be an American, and require a pledge of loyalty or be excluded from the whole thing. Take Piker's arguments on their merits, God, no, because we live in this glorious marketplace of ideas. No, he's on the left. He doesn't look like us. He doesn't have a name like ours. He went to Rutgers, for Christ's sake, not Sewanee or Vandy. He doesn't even get a seat at the table. But look beyond that. See the work it's doing in your life. It forecloses every possible avenue for change before it even begins, because the establishment is setting the rules you have to play by. We keep letting ourselves be manipulated by fictions presented as uncontestable truths. It has worked so well for so long that we can't even tell the fictions from the truths anymore. So listen to Hassan Piker, really listen, and then ask the real question, the one that matters. Who is he really a threat to? Believe it or not, folks, there's even more of this on Substack with receipts. Allons-y.
Yeah, hadn't watched Ted Sturman in a while. This book that he wrote, Resistance History of the United States, just came out in June, last June, and I actually bought it. I just haven't gotten around to reading it yet. He is a historian, early America, I think. So in any case, I would say more or less the theme of the show is a little bit more serious than usual. I thought it was kind of important because I've been watching what is happening with the DSA candidates and how they've been received on the Democratic side, and I am somewhat disappointed. This bullshit about them being communists, some of them are, but I'm not absolutely sure I buy into the argument that it's un-American to be a DSA member. That doesn't seem quite right. In 2026, I see MAGA is doing a lot more damage, almost to the fabric of America than the DSA has done. And frankly, I think will do. I mean, they actually want changes, but so does Trump. I don't really know. I think MAGA is the more clear and present danger. And I would actually get more into it, but I'm not going to do news articles today. I think Trump is literally the most anti-constitutional president in my lifetime. It's like the Constitution. It's like the U.S. Constitution is just like a recommendation. He can choose to follow it or not follow it. Just depends on his whim. So I don't think that's how things should be. So let's move on. I said I would spend a little bit of time talking about my friend and yours, Be Brave, and some of his quirkier notions. I wouldn't exactly celebrate Hassan Piker, but I don't see what he said that was even remotely controversial. Too bad that so many people just overreact to everything. Made it clear he's a full-on idiot that will sleep with Hassan. Well, he's from your neck of the woods. I don't know him. As a matter of fact, you're the one who speaks Arabic. So you'd have a better shot with him than I would. So let's hear what Be Brave has to say. And let me just tell you right up front, I've talked a little bit about it over the past couple weeks. I have gone on the record saying that I think part of the problem with crime is that we racialize crime to a point to where, the black on black crime that may happen in some of these inner city hotspots, we just basically chalk it up to a black problem, a Democrat problem, maybe at a next higher level. instead of treating crime as crime and not racializing it. I think that's part of the reason these things. I don't think we deal with them effectively when we racialize. And the worst offender of this that I can think of off the top of my head is Be Brave. The dude is just full on racist, and his little buddies over on the John Galt channel, they blanch when I call a spade, no pun intended. But he is a racist. He can call himself a culturalist or whatever. The culture that you're critiquing is quote black culture. You're a racist. And anyway, I'm basically saying that, you know, if there murder is murder, for instance, there's no black mass killing or white mass killing. It's a mass killing. And why we racialize these horrible violent crimes, it just doesn't make sense to me. So, I happen to say, well, crime is crime. If you want to go and compare, say what happens, in the inner city where, people get struck by random gunfire fairly regularly. And you want to contrast that to say, what's her name? Lindsay Casey. I don't think the two because Brave would call one a white crime. He literally says white people do this in the privacy of their own homes, out of sight of the public. The black crime of black kids on the street corner shooting it up out in public. So the public is in danger. So basically he's saying because one is public and innocent people are put in harm's way. And really, though, I agree. However, if you're talking about innocent people, well, Lindsay Casey's kids were innocent. So you've got innocents that are involved either way, and that one is private, one is not private, one is black, and he emphasizes the race, and one is just quiet and calm, and the neighbors aren't disturbed or in danger. That's, to me, that's just crazy. Both result in innocence becoming fatalities. I don't see how you compare one with the other, but in essence, he's saying the black crime, and he says it all the time, blacks are crashing America. The dude is just, he's horrible with it. And what guys like Be Brave do is they won't come out and say it. They'll just insinuate it. And when you call them on it, they go, "Oh, I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth." Well, you're implying it. He's really just not that bright. And, I've had people when I'm over there go, "Well, why don't you go up?" For what? Why am I going to go up and talk to Be Brave? We've kind of had the same arguments for years at this point. Nothing's going to be resolved. And you know what? I know people need entertainment, but he can do it on his own. He doesn't need to be entertaining. So let's go ahead and listen to this. And it's not going to be a long excerpt. I just wanted some of you guys to hear this, and I may wind up putting it in a short. I don't know.
Jeffrey Todd says, "Keep going, Whitey." Oh, well, what else is there? Help me. Anything? What issues, man? More relationship talk? Something? You want me to approach something? A problem in modern dating? I mean, hell, hit me with something. I'm telling you, there ain't a fucking thing. I'll tell you what. Okay, let me say this. I'm sure that somebody can bring up something that I haven't thought about, but I doubt it. You know, I'm not thinking about the effective energy on subatomic particles. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not saying that. When it comes to life, folks, there ain't a fucking thing you can bring up that I ain't fucking examined, diced, dissected, put back together, and put it out there in my mind as one hell of a very legitimate perspective on that matter. They ain't a.
Oh, by the way, let me thank Brooklyn Watson, our own Kimmy Cakes, for contributing gas money to the to this Saturday short bus. So thank you to Stan Autry, SD, Brooklyn Watson, and Richard, sponsors of today's show. Thank you very much, folks. And then, you know, I'm going to skip over the part of Be Brave just, you know, tooting his own horn. I was going to say sucking his own dick, but I don't want to go just there. But dude, I don't know. I sometimes it's hard to tell whether he's it's just actual tooting his own horn or whether he's playing a character. I don't think he is. I think he really thinks he's that bright, and it stuns me at how you know that one of the laws of stupidity is stupidity doesn't know how uneducated and foolish it sounds, or something to that effect. And I think that's Be Brave in a nutshell.
Fucking thing in life that somebody can bring up that I haven't already thought about. So, you know, what? Anybody, anything. What sources did I use today? Stanley, come on, Stanley, get some new material, old buddy. Come on, dude. Goodness me, good.
Now, actually, I didn't ask this question. There is a, let's call it a doppelganger out there who calls himself the Stanley Cross. And he does a pretty good job of probably tossing out questions that I would ask. So he's actually, John Galt broadcast the show to the Urban Landlords and the Clips channel. So this parody account or doppelganger was over in the other chat. But anyway, I'll just let this play out a little bit.
Goodness my, like I need sources. Are you kidding me? Good Lord. But da-dum, 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 da-dum. So, you know, I'm sorry, 38 people want to get a kick out of what I'm saying, but I mean, I don't know what else. Let me see. I don't know what anything. You know, like I said, a lot of, just because I've thought about all matters of life doesn't mean that maybe some matters might not be a little boring. If there's something that, you know, somebody wants to, you know, put in there or suggest that I address, you know, let me see, is there anything? A good one is CT had a show with that.
You know what? I'm sorry. I thought I'd cued this to the right place.
Critique your race. That's not the fucking place to start. You know, if your blacks are making it so you got to run from your life and can't live around them, you may not want to start with slavery as the worst thing blacks are doing. Talking about slavery is the worst thing. It's annoying and it's worthless and it has no place. But that's probably.
So here is an uneducated, retired 71-year-old telling blacks in America that talking about slavery has no place in the discourse. Can you believe this motherfucker? Now, people will talk about the Constitution. They'll talk about the Revolutionary War. They'll talk about George Washington, all of these historical events. But the one thing that is a historical event they don't want you to talk about is slavery. And for obvious reasons, it's a blot on, the quote spotless record, except for the Indians and except for a bunch of other things. The gall of this uneducated fucking hillbilly telling black people like me that talking about slavery has no value in the national discourse is bullshit. He might as well be Donald Trump.
Probably not where Master P wanted to start. Probably not. I mean, come on here. Jesus Christ. You're fucking, there's places where you move in, go look at, have John take his camera out his front door for you.
And for some reason, to hillbillies like this, John Galt, the biggest anti-black that I'm aware of on the internet, he is their go-to black because he's saying basically John Galt is the grease on these hillbillies' skids. If John Galt says it, go. Oh, you think I'm bullshitting? Well, get John Galt to go out with his camera. Like Southeast DC is like the representative for the whole black community, coast to coast, north to south. Again, this hillbilly logic, it needs to be roasted. It needs to be challenged, and that just does not happen on John Galt's channel. And there's a reason Be Brave won't come over here, because he knows I'm not going to tolerate that kind of fucking rot without it being checked.
I mean, and that's mild. Go ahead and go into a projects and look what goes on in them fucking places where all blacks live. It's fucking ridiculous. So no, blacks talking about slavery, Master P. I know you wanted to say something because you needed to weigh in on blacks needing to repair their culture. Yeah, that's probably not the place you needed to start, old buddy. You really don't understand. And then you got the Halloween costume with Target. It's like, when I saw that, I'm going, look here. In that advertisement, they got 3 beautiful white women, and a handsome white man. The white women, 2 of them were beautiful, and one was pregnant with a wedding dress on, which is, I get the humor. My wife had her wedding dress on when she was pregnant. She wasn't showing, but she had that wedding dress on when she's pregnant. So
yeah, nobody gives a fuck about that. King Picks, maybe you've been not been watching the show. I've gone over, what I think a black community is, and it's not a monolith. So when you say maybe Brave and I can agree that the black community is a disaster, no, I don't agree with that, because there's more than one black community. There are black communities from the Sea Islands of South Carolina all the way over to the West Coast. Which pick a black community. The black community that I grew up in wasn't a disaster. There are certain places, mostly in the big cities like Chicago, New York, LA, but those don't represent the entire black population. So pick a community and let me know which one you're talking about. If you are talking in general, no, I don't agree that the black demographic is in extremis. Not in that way.
So I get the Halloween costume effect, but then they put in a black face costume, folks. Can you say strategy of racial tension with me? Do we really think that was just an oversight? They want to stir up black people so black people continuously have stupid shit to piss and moan about, which in turn makes white people sick of them. Get it? Get the final?
Yeah, well, what Be Brave doesn't understand is who gives a fuck. Be Brave acts like people like him, white people like him, are actually in charge of something. And I can't imagine anything being farther from the truth. Be Brave couldn't even keep his own fucking YouTube channel. So what he's in charge of, somebody please tell me.
Final results, it's not complicated. That fucking was not a mishap. Target is an international corporation. If they did that, I don't know how long it was up. That was sheer agitation put in place, engineered. That's what they wanted out of that. Blacks are raising hell about it. What, you think Target's worried about losing sales? Are you kidding me? Do you realize the printing machine that makes these international corporations whole on the back, in the back side of things? Don't worry, Target. You're going to lose about $40 million on this. $50 million. Gotcha. Bloop, bloop. Digitized in the.
Yeah, nobody cares about his bullshit analysis of Target. Let's skip ahead a bit.
2 black teens shooting up the fucking street. See here, folks, here's the question. We'll do this for Stanley since he's in the chat. Anybody, tell me which stop sign you want to set at. You got your pick. You don't. Neither.
Now, see, he will sit here and talk about inner city neighborhoods that most Black Americans don't even live in, let alone are aware of conditions on the ground. And he wants to say that because, these things happen out in public, that is literally crashing America. Okay, I last week, or maybe it was the week before, I talked about the distribution of the Black population in the United States. If you take the 5 biggest cities, I'm talking New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Detroit, and Los Angeles, and you could even tack on another couple, and it still wouldn't be anywhere near the majority of Black people. These high crime inner city neighborhoods are very geographically isolated. I can't think of a better word. We know where the hot spots are, and what these fucking mudsills and racists like Be Brave want to do is they want me here kind of out in the county in Georgia. They want Be Brave would have me worrying about what's happening in Detroit. I've never even been to Detroit. Why do I need to think about it? The people who live in Detroit can be thinking about it. It's their job to police their community. I don't really, other than, some major event that I need to be aware of, I don't think of what's going on in New York City. I don't know why he wants to pin what happens in these specific geographic locations on all Black people. It's like saying Lindsay Clancy or whatever her name is, like all white people are responsible for her. Or, kids who go in and shoot up schools like the one here in Winder, Georgia, that happened last year. If I went and said all white people need to be talking about this, it's a white man's problem. Dude, people like Be Brave would be fucking coming after me with pitchforks and burning crosses. Okay, but this racist will blame every black person in America for what's happening in some neighborhood they've never even been to. That's what racists do. They just blame a whole group of people for something that is very local. I don't know how to frame it any clearer. The dude is way the fuck off base, and the John Galt channel is the perfect place for him because the fucking people, like 90% of them in John Galt's audience, are racists as well. Black, white. The only thing that's multicultural in John Galt's chat are the races tend to be like Benetton. You got black, white, Asian, Hispanic. They're all fucking anti-blacks. That is the only true raceless quality over there.
Is not an option. You're going to set at a stop sign. You're going to set at a stop sign. Take your pick. You got 2 stop signs to choose from. You're going to set at a stop sign where a fucking white person's killing their 3 kids in the house, or you're going to set at a stop sign where 3 kids.
See, here it is. This is literally what he's saying. Which would you prefer? A woman killing her 3 kids, or, a shoot 'em up at a stop sign in some random neighborhood in the inner city? He's actually asking people to make a choice. Both are horrible. I'd rather neither happen. But a racist like Be Brave, in his mind, you've got to choose. And the thing is that if you're at the stop sign, you're in the target line. But to me, a crime is a crime. There's going to be fatalities in either place. Innocent people are going to wind up fatalities in either case. I really don't see why a racist would. I think what he's doing here is abominable. He's literally just on a moral. He's in a moral landslide with these sorts of propositions. And he's not smart enough to understand how horrible he actually is. That's the scary part. I think America is going down the tubes because we have too many Be Braves and too many people who think Be Brave is a great thinker.
Are shooting at 3 other kids, emptying fucking magazines in all directions, a half a block up from you. You got a half a block up, you got the person destroying their children. The other half a block up, you got 3 kids shooting at 3 other kids, shooting rounds after rounds in all directions. What stop sign you want to set at? Right. And you know why you want to be at the stop sign where the white person's offing their children? Because don't have to risk your life setting there. Nobody gets that. That's why when they bring up, you white people are killing your kids, that's not like black kids shooting up the street, folks.
There you go. This is where I type in there, a crime is a crime, a murder is a murder. See, Be Brave is such a horrible human being that he's gonna play choose your tragedy. He's gonna act like what happens, basically the black crime in his fucking smooth brain is more horrible than the white crime. He's not looking at the results. Okay. He is just talking about the circumstances. One is more public. But in the end, both are going to be splashed across the front page. He's more concerned with how it looks in the public eye. He's not concerned about the victims at all. That is what makes this just so fucking just abominable. And he's not smart enough to be able to critically think about what he is saying, what he is presenting, and the choices he's offering. It's truly despicable. And this is what happens when you get someone who's out here talking about shit that he's not educated enough to understand.
It just isn't. And you know what's funny? When they say that, because they're not where the bullets are flying, because if they're where the bullets are flying, they would be shitting themselves. Whereas if they were where the woman was killing the kids, they wouldn't even know it.
See, you hear that, folks? If they were where the woman was doing the horrible thing, they wouldn't even know it until it makes the goddamn news. Again, he's worried about the how it looks. He's worried about the window dressing. He's not worried about what's actually happening behind those closed curtains. And again, that's what just makes him depraved.
Nobody knows it until she gets caught. You get it? Get it? So nobody understands the difference between shitting yourself because
Yeah, nobody knows until she gets caught. And that makes it better. The difference is one is going to hit the evening news because it's a dramatic event. The other is going to be in next day's paper. But hey, it's the drama that concerns Be Brave, not the act itself, not the victims. The dude is depraved.
because there's a good chance you're going to die with random bullets flying everywhere and some other woman doing something domestically. They don't get it. I talk about street crime and somebody brings up
Again, making the comparison, it's a tacit racial it's a tacit racialization of the crime. We all know what he really means.
fucking whatever they want to bring up. You blacks are in on that too. Anything you want to bring up by percentage.
There you go. There you go. This is where it gets more racial. We blacks are in on it too. Like me sitting here in small town Georgia, I'm diabolical in that I know what's going to happen tonight in Chicago. This dude is deranged.
You're doing there's a larger percentage of you people doing it than whites. Anything you want to bring up.
Yeah, a larger percent of us doing it. Okay, apparently what he's saying is per capita. He doesn't seem to understand that, again, he's racializing the crime based on per capita. And we know that per capita is basically specific to a demographic. That is the racialization part. This is what I mean by people like Be Brave. And a lot of people, I would almost say in general, it's more the norm. People will racialize the crime using per capita. Per capita is the fucking racist wet dream. And then when you go in and try and explain that the per capita isn't always the best way to assess the problem, they'll go, oh, you don't understand numbers. You don't understand math. Well, I understand math well enough to know that per capita is just a statistical method. If you literally went more granular, you would find out that it is limited to, it's almost unfair to use per capita. Most Black people do not live in high crime areas. Most Black people don't live in the hood. But just using per capita, we in essence get blamed for it.
Except maybe husbands killing their kids. I think whites got blacks on that by a good margin. But again, crime is crime. That's what blacks say. Crime is crime. No, it's not.
Yeah, that's not what blacks say. It's what Stanley says, motherfucker. And once again, and Palomino is the worst. Dude, that dude sucks B Brave's dick dry. There's not a dry. It's good to the last drop with Palomino. Dude, yes, crime is crime. A woman doing something heinous to her kids is as bad as, innocent victims on a street corner getting hit by stray bullets. Both are crimes, both result in fatalities. I'm sorry, I am not going to do comparative tragedies. That's what Be Brave is doing, using race as the lens.
Not if this crime's going to kill you, and that crime is only going to hurt the person doing the crime. For somebody to say crime.
See there? See, that's what it is. It's a bigger threat to random passersby. So that's his criteria. How many, dude? When's the? I'm not threatened. It's a threat to people who more than likely live in that neighborhood. It's not a threat to the general public. That's the other thing I can't understand. It's a threat to people who live there, and Be Brave doesn't even live there.
Is crime. See, Stanley's not that stupid, folks. Now we know Stanley ain't that stupid. Stanley's a smart man. He has to. This is why I call blacks psychopaths. He has no problem saying crime is crime.
Now listen to this racist fuck. He's calling me a psychopath because I point out the obvious. I'm basically telling him a crime is a crime. A murder is a murder. I'm not so sure that the circumstances matter that much. It'll matter as far as sentencing, but either way, it's a tragedy, and racializing the tragedy, I just don't see the point in it. The crime is a crime. It's not. What I really mean is there is no black crime, there is no white crime, there is only crime. That's what I mean, God damn it. And this hillbilly is not smart enough to get it, and neither are his hillbilly chillins. His hillbilly grandsons aren't able to get it either.
Crime with that scenario that I put forth. What if a 18-year-old kid was listening to him go, crime is crime, rather than tap into the fact of what I'm pointing out is there is things that are more urgent to be taken care of as a failing culture than other things. That black person's going to hear Stanley and think with Stanley, crime is crime.
Now listen to this guy. So that black guy's he's basically accusing me of influencing other young black men to think crime is crime. And then Palomino, Ricky Z, goes farther and he just takes it way out of context, going, well, is stealing a water bottle the same thing as carjacking? He just takes my point way out of context and runs with it. And finally, I had to tell him to take a hike. If you're going to be stupid, how about just drop it? Be brave. And I could have gone up there and gone round and round with Be Brave. King Picks, I've known Be Brave, through YouTube for at least a couple years, if not a little bit longer than that. There's no use in me going up there and, going round and round about the same things. His story's the same and my answers are the same. I think he is just out to lunch on his quote social theory. And there's nothing to argue about in my mind. He's just flat out wrong. And unfortunately, there are people who are gullible enough to buy into some of this stuff without doing any critical thinking. I think the way he racializes crime, the way he justifies what a Lindsay Clancy will do, I think it is depraved. He is so depraved because of his racist views. He doesn't even seem to understand what he's saying is just, it's really, if anybody's a psychopath, it's Be Brave.
And Stanley doesn't care. So see, he has no empathy or guilt over how he misled a young man. Fucking psychopath. Stanley.
Now look at this guy. What young man? He's and this is the other thing I noticed today, and I'll talk about it. I don't know. I typed it in the chat. Be Brave is so just uneducated. He thinks a hypothetical is the same thing as is the same thing as what's the word? Empiricism. Okay, if he comes up with a hypothetical young man that is being, educated the wrong way, he thinks that's evidence. That's just how uneducated he is. Hypotheticals are not a substitute for empiricism, but he calls it evidence. He will literally say that, hey, I just gave evidence that Stanley's point of view is misleading to young black men. And no, I just can't believe people aren't just smart enough. Now, I understand that a lot of people are there just for the sport of it. But when people, I take racists seriously, and always have. That's just the way it is. I think that a lot more people need to be calling Be Brave to the mat. And I'm not exactly sure why black people don't go after Be Brave and John Galt more.
Stanley's a bit of a psychopath. Any black that says crime is crime, when I give that illustration, see that illustration, being the genius I am in so many ways.
See, the illustration is now fact because he's a genius. What a fucking blowhard moron.
I only have a few extra IQ points. I'm just very well exercised. That's what I call myself. I'm not that smart, but I'm like, how somebody who ain't that strong can bench press and lift fucking 350 pounds. Yeah, that's me. I'm an intellectual bench presser. I'm not born with all that many extra IQ points. But that fucking pure example, hypothetical, proves everything I'm saying, and yet.
See there? The hypothetical proves. Dude, that is literally the stupidest thing I've heard an adult his age say in my life. Something he dreamed up all of a sudden becomes proof. There you have it, folks. I don't even need to go any farther with this. I just don't know how much more I can highlight just how ill-equipped Be Brave is on these types of topics. And, I understand, it's John Galt's channel and stuff like that. But I will remind everybody, there's a reason Be Brave won't come over here with that bullshit, because I won't allow it. He does not get to have carte blanche. I'm just, every point he brings up is going to be checked and soundly checked. And no, as a matter of fact, it's better that he doesn't come over, to be honest. It'll save hurt feelings. Let's see, King picks. So anyway, if anybody wants to review any of this stuff, the links for all the videos are actually in the chat. The link has been posted. It posts every now and again. If anybody wants to come up. The only thing I have left are some videos that, and one of them's kind of a longish lecture that I found interesting. Let's see here. But I want to start with this one. This is called "What Happens When Everything Is for Sale." I've been kind of reading and some videos that I've run into, basically talking about how Western culture has basically gotten to a point to where everything is about money. And not so much about values. And I think you could probably blame liberalism, neoliberalism, that sort of thing, for, everything's a market. Ideas, there's a marketplace. And I think we've probably gone a little too far with all this market-based everything. So we'll play this for a little bit. I haven't watched it yet, but let's see what it is. If it's boring, I'll go to something else.
I don't want to live in a society that's going to enforce a slave contract, even if it's entered into voluntarily.
I guess I regret to say that I think we live in that world.
Well, but to some extent we do.
Yeah. What do you do about that? Cry. Think really hard.
Think really hard. This is where markets are very, they have a role to play. They're not the whole story. And it's really important that we have non-market mechanisms to protect people from the worst outcomes.
Can you say your name and your job title for me, please?
Deborah Satz, and I'm a philosophy professor, also a professor of political science, and I'm also the dean of the School of Humanities and Sciences at Stanford.
Okay. I like the triple crown. I like when people have so many titles.
Well, I have more, but that's enough.
Should you keep going?
That's enough.
We're here basically as a stop on your book tour. I'm just 15 years late. You wrote a book that came out in better late than never. That came out in 2010. What was that book?
The book is called Why Some Things Should Not Be for Sale, The Moral Limits of Markets. And it was an intervention in a debate that has been going on maybe for a couple of hundred years, but had picked up some steam as a few philosophers were beginning to weigh in, of my peers. And I thought they hadn't quite gotten it right. And I thought I could try to do my own contribution.
Did you get it right?
I think so, but not everybody agrees, of course.
I guess they're entitled to their opinion. What are some quick examples of real things that we should not sell?
I mean, there are obvious ones. We shouldn't sell people,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So Abraham
Agreed.
Lincoln once said, if slavery isn't wrong, nothing is wrong. So should not be on the table. We should not be selling human hearts from living donors.
I agree.
Okay. So these are easy cases.
They're so easy. I love them.
But there are some easy cases, and it's worth thinking about why we have those. I don't think we should be putting people in prison for their inability to pay debt. So we've abolished debtor's prison. I actually think that's a good thing, and that we don't allow people to make those kinds of trades. Then there are much more controversial cases: prostitution, commercial surrogacy, body parts like kidneys, where you have more than one kidney and you can live with only one kidney. Some people have none. Questions about should the right to pollute be sold? Should credit be sold? How do you think about the financial crisis and some of the kind of financial instruments that people have been able to buy and sell? Should you be able to bet on the end of democracy? Should you be able to bet on whether the U.S. will invade Iraq? We have some legal and some illegal betting markets. Anyway, so there are tons of cases. So I think it's worth thinking about what is it that's different about these markets and other kinds of markets which are also controversial. Like if you think about markets where I sell my ability to work,
Right.
just in general.
Right.
What's different about markets like that and an Apple market? Most people don't get upset about markets in apples.
Yeah. I've not met one person.
Yeah, maybe, if you really care about apples being organic, you might think they shouldn't. But in general, we don't worry about putting apples for sale on a market. But we do worry about putting human organs for sale.
So one thing that I think is interesting is I'm intrigued by how you got here.
Mm-hmm.
What compelled you to write this? It was bubbling up in philosophy circles, but what about it was interesting to you as a person?
So I've always been interested in issues of economics and ethics, and thinking about, economic arrangements as not just about efficiency, but about taking on a wider scope of considerations than just efficiency. So one thing I've always been interested in is the question, are there economic presuppositions of democracy? So what kinds of economic arrangements support or don't support democracy? And that, if you start thinking about that can get you into thinking about labor markets. And people often think the minute you talk about labor markets and worries about labor markets, you're immediately looking back to Marx. And of course, Marx does write a lot about that.
And sorry, he was kind of good.
Yeah, but so does Adam Smith.
Yeah.
So Adam Smith worries a lot about, in the pin factory, in the division of labor, workers who spend their whole lives doing one small, narrow thing, actually, he thinks, will lose the ability to think broadly about the future interests of the nation. And that's why you need some kind of intervention, whether it's through education or something else, to make sure that workers don't just wind up like the pin factory workers are in pinheads. They actually are capable of reflecting and thinking about hard collective problems.
Do you think that's true, that people can lose the ability to zoom out like that?
Yes. And actually,
Why?
there's some empirical research that shows that people who do certain kinds of work, there was a whole industry in psychology in the 1980s and 1990s looking at workplace hierarchy and how it affected character and disposition.
Whoa.
And that people who were engaged in highly hierarchical kinds of work, where they were bossed, tended to be kind of bossy parents and, tended not to be quite as spontaneous or free.
Whoa.
It's a feedback loop, and apples don't change when you put them on the market, but people could change depending on if the market for their job turns out to have certain features that may have a feedback loop on them and their emotions and their capacities. There's a very famous example, often cited in economics, of the Haifa daycare centers. Do you know this?
I do. I love this one.
Yeah. So,
Tell the story.
It's an interesting example, right? So parents, as many of us as parents did, would come late to pick up our kids from daycare.
Mhm.
A bunch of daycare centers in Haifa were actually upset about this. The
As
workers
many
were
daycare
staying
centers
late,
are.
as many daycare centers are. And so they instituted a fine with the idea that the fine would give an incentive for people to come earlier. And to their surprise, the parents came later. And in reflecting on what might have been going on, what happened is the parents who were rushing, even though they were late and felt guilty, once it's a fine, you feel like you're paying your way out of it.
I've
So you don't
absolved
have
my
to
debt
feel
here.
guilty.
Yeah.
And so they came later. And then when they removed the fine, they continue to come later. So again, that's a way in which there's a feedback loop sometimes to human motivation and human character. And these studies, some of them were done by Sid Verba, some political scientists, on kind of the authoritarian personality and the nature of work, and found that some kinds of work tended to make people feel more passive, less that they could do anything or accomplish anything because they were simply following orders at work. And we should be worried about that. Maybe that's not true. Maybe it'll turn out, the evidence wasn't that good. But if the evidence is good, we should really be worried about that. And that got me interested in the way markets, don't just distribute goods and services. They can shape our culture and they can shape us, and in ways that sometimes we have a reason to care about.
What I love about the daycare example is that when they removed the fine, the behavior persisted.
Mhm.
And so it suggests that this isn't easily undone.
Right.
Whatever it did caused a somewhat permanent, or at least like lasting change
effect
in how this relationship was structured. I guess my biases coming into all this kind of this way of thinking about it is like, I'm fine with markets and I like understand markets, and I feel like they're a very simplifying, like it's nice to reduce things in a way, and it makes it all very manageable. And like I think that it's probably broadly accepted that like marketization has largely increased human prosperity. We've lengthened lifespans. We've reduced, a lot of bad outcomes for humanity. We love all that. And so I get kind of slippery sloped into being like, markets are great. And so we're sort of here to help you cure me of that.
Well, markets are great. The diminution of global poverty owes an enormous amount. I mean, mostly to China, but to the rise of markets in China, lifting 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. That's also been true in India. I mean, there are a lot of things to celebrate about markets. You and I don't have to agree on, our religion or what matters in order to trade. That's a great thing, right? It frees people when a market is really working well and I have the ability to exit. It's a powerful anti-domination tool. Now, of course, markets don't always work perfectly, and sometimes they can become sites of domination. But there's so much to celebrate about markets. We sometimes have to fix markets or make them work better. I mean, sometimes we may think, no, in this case, it's better option is actually to close the market. And sometimes I think we'll think it's that there be a non-market realm of life. And markets are pretty expansive.
That's one thing that I was struck by too in your book, is that it seems to be a response almost to, with the fall of communism and sort of a changing appetite globally, like maybe everybody got overexcited about markets and we're pushing the boundaries and trying to marketize everything. And so this book is kind of being like, hey.
Right. There are some things, right?
Yeah, this is actually something that I've been kind of, thinking about for years. Not everything should be in a market. And, the arguments that some things like healthcare should not be, in a market. I actually don't have a problem with that. And one reason I think that, and I don't know if this is the best example, but essentially the VA medical system is essentially socialized healthcare. And one of the benefits that I have found is it doesn't matter where you go in the country, one doctor, whoever that doctor happens to be, is able to go back and review all your medical records with the VA. And I was telling someone a story the other day. I can't remember whether it was on here or whether I was talking to a friend on the phone, but I happened to go see a civilian doctor because waiting for the VA doctor, was longer than I wanted to wait. And I didn't even think about it, but getting the diagnosis from the civilian doctor back to the VA took like a couple months because the two systems didn't talk to each other. So paperwork, old-fashioned paperwork had to be processed. So I think if for nothing else, that might help with the record keeping better. So anyway, back to this video. And for Kelvin, the lady on the right is some Stanford professor and dean of arts and sciences, a philosopher. The lady on the left is Mary, not sure of her last name. And it's called Mary in America. That's the podcast.
Where we should be more cautious, and there's some places where we should close off markets. And then, the question is why and where, and can you give any explanation? If I look at, Al Roth's recent book, which
Al Roth, the famed economist,
the famous
who is
Nobel
your
laureate
friend.
and my colleague at Stanford, he gives a very descriptive account. It's less a moral account. And what he's describing is what he calls repugnance, that some people have a feeling of repugnance at certain kinds of markets. But there's not a deeper engagement with what might be good reasons behind that repugnance. He kind of hints at it, but he doesn't really explore it. Whereas yes, some repugnance is pretty irrational, but I actually think for many markets that people are upset about,
there's often reason.
There are reasons, and you can see why people are concerned about markets.
Okay.
Those kinds of markets. So think about, let's just take child labor. Child labor is a good example.
Nice. This one's kind of easy. I feel good here.
Yeah, child labor.
Yeah, I'm against it.
Yeah. But it's, again, why are you against it? Because you could see for an individual family who's in a terrible situation where the only way to bring in enough income to feed the family is to put the child to work.
Mm-hmm.
And if you close off that option for that individual family, it will be worse. So then think, okay, what's the problem? So you can imagine a bunch of problems. I think there are 4 problems.
Off the top of my head.
So I think there are 2 problems that have to do with the origins of the market or the background situation. So one is maybe we think families shouldn't be so poor that the only option they have is to put their child to work in order to survive. Maybe we also worry that it's the child's not deciding to go to work. The family's deciding for its reasons, probably good reasons, but very different than the ideal market where I'm choosing on behalf of myself whether to do something that is going to benefit me. And there's also, for a lot of families, the benefits of keeping your child in education are long-term. And people may not fully understand the benefits versus the costs. Mm-hmm. So you might think they don't have full information when they're making the choice. So that's about the causes of the market. Then you can think about the outcomes of the market. So again, you might worry about the harm to the child because, the child isn't getting the full information, and the parents may not have the full information. So the child might be worse off than they would have been had they not been able to be taken out of school. And you could worry about the long-term harm to the society. So you might worry about kids who are not educated, not being good candidates to be competent citizens able to demand their rights. So that's a issue. There's also, if you allow child labor, there are other kinds of third-party effects. And one third-party effect of having child labor is, sometimes economists talk about, well, they talk about externalities a lot. That's the third-party effect. There's another kind of third-party effect, which is pecuniary externalities, and that's when prices are affected. And if you have widespread child labor, adult wages go down for unskilled adults.
I wouldn't have thought to care about this.
But you should, because if unskilled wages of adults are down, it makes it harder for the family that doesn't want to put their kids to work to keep their kids out of work, because now the family is not able to bring in the kind of income they might have been able to bring in had the child labor option been off the table.
Wow. Well, and also the parents in the family choosing to put their...
That's a curious comment, Brian. The family farm is going the way of the dodo bird. So there are not many farms for kids to work on. And I don't foresee those days coming back. And there's a reason they stopped the child labor with the child labor laws 100 years ago. Obviously, it wasn't working out. That's why they stopped.
Kid to work is also degrading their own wages too. And so the net benefit's diluted. Wow.
And by the way, I'm not absolutely sure the child labor laws covered, sharecroppers in the South. I guarantee you, those kids kept on working.
Right. So those are, and that you might think that could happen in a lot of cases, that there will be external effects, third-party effects, and some of those third-party effects might operate via pecuniary externalities, via changing the prices of other goods.
Wow.
So I'll give you a kidney example. I've tried this on Al. He doesn't totally buy it, but and it's a hypothetical example, and you could try to think about regulation to deal with it.
We should have invited Al. In retrospect, I like Hannah. We can do that later. That's okay.
So
now, notice, she will give the hypothetical, but she's not going to say anything about this proves.
So imagine kidneys you're allowed to buy and sell your kidney. And let's imagine, again, willing buyer, willing seller.
Market's pretty good.
Market's
Well-regulated.
pretty good, well-regulated. Okay, so what's my kidney worth? Maybe it's worth $40,000. Let's just, okay. Now I want to borrow money from a bank. I need some collateral to secure, write a loan.
Well, now you have this asset.
Now I have this asset.
Really.
Right. So I might get credit on better terms if I'm willing to sell my kidney than if I'm not willing to sell my kidney, meaning whether I'm willing to put it up as collateral or not.
Yeah. And that's bad.
It means we're now making people who don't want to sell their kidney pay a price for their not selling their kidney, namely they don't get access to credit on the same terms. And you might worry about that. You might think that's not the kind of thing somebody should have to pay a cost for. And so, the question is, do you want to open up that way of looking at people? And, again, on the other side, we have a shortage of kidneys, and markets are really good in many contexts, not all, in increasing supply. And so shouldn't we want to increase the supply, and we'll save lives and aren't the people who are dying vulnerable?
Yeah.
And that's a very powerful argument.
Yeah. How do you get out of that? I mean, it's literally like there are people that are dying now that need it now. And so I see that it's important to do the intellectual work and to draw your battle lines before going in. But at the same time, it seems like the battle already started. And
So, I mean, I think you can... there's a big space between let's have an open market in kidneys and let's ban, any kind of arrangement where
it doesn't have to be a binary.
It doesn't have to be. There's a lot of space in between. So start with what would be wrong if we just had an open market in kidneys. Well, if you had an open market in kidneys and they were distributed on the basis of ability to pay,
Then
the
poor
rich
people,
would you
right.
would get a transfer of organs from the poor to the rich, and you might think that's not a good world. It's a better world, right, where those who need kidneys get access to them on the basis of need and not on the basis of ability to pay. So that would already constrain your market. So
Mhm.
one thing you might do, is what's called a monopsony, where you have a single buyer. So you might, and they do this in Iran.
The one place
Iran,
where
the one
kidney-
place where kidney sales is legal, which may make you wonder what's going on. But the one place where it's legal, the state buys them, and then the state distributes them on the basis of need. And so that at least deals with, you'll still probably have disproportionately poor sellers,
Right.
but
Doesn't
the
seem like a casual.
recipients,
Yeah.
though, could be poor and rich. And that seems much better than a world in which the poor are providing body parts for
To
the rich.
Yeah.
So that would be one way of dealing with it.
I will just say I appreciate how literal you're being and how you're doing the granular, because I feel like philosophy generally is like deals in the abstract, and I'm kind of an empirical person. And I went to a philosophy seminar one time, and I learned that if in philosophy circles, and tell me if this is wrong, if you don't want to answer a question, if someone asks you a question, you can be like, well, that's an empirical question. And then you don't have to answer it anymore. And the asker is like, you're right. I'm so sorry. That's not for economics is empirical. Like political science is empirical. Is that?
Yeah. So I'm a political philosopher, and I actually think political philosophy, you're trying to offer guidance on bringing values to bear on empirical questions. And you can sometimes do something with that, by not being empirical, like here are the values, here's what autonomy is.
It gets so confusing when it comes down to earth. It's just
Right,
like all
but
these
you-
conflicting values.
At some point, you have to come down to earth, especially because you often wind up having trade-offs and
almost all the time.
Yes.
One of your, I think, more pleasant hypotheticals, because I don't get confused, is a market for votes. Can you lay out what that means?
Sure. I think the Nobel laureate James Tobin once, in an essay, wrote that any PhD student in economics could talk about what was mutually beneficial of a system in which people could buy and sell votes. Some people have votes they don't value. Some people care a lot about an election. Willing buyer, willing seller. Everybody is better off. What's the objection?
Yeah.
And if you try to think about, well, okay, what is wrong with a market of votes? I mean, one obvious worry would be that you might worry that the rich would buy up the votes of the poor, and that would have a skewing effect on the democracy, giving the rich more power and a violation of the.
Okay, let's see where this goes, because I think if money is speech, it may not be votes, but I think they already have that locked up. But let's see where she goes with this.
One person, one vote idea. But you could, maybe you could actually put some restrictions on that in terms of how many votes people could buy.
And they have to be really expensive.
Make it really, yeah.
That's always my fix. I'm like, just up the price.
But you could also think treating a vote like a commodity is the wrong way of understanding what a vote is. So this gets to the non-economic dimension. A vote isn't just a thing I have. It's actually an activity that we are engaging in together, and it's an act of co-deliberation. We, the people, are together, right, deciding what is the general good for the country. And if I treat my vote as an individual thing that can be passed on to anybody else, I'm distorting that act of co-deliberation.
You're degrading the overall thing by doing so.
By doing so, I'm changing what it is. So there is some way, if you're selling the vote, even if it didn't lead to this poor and rich inequality, which it would, you're doing something that's distorting what voting is about. Because what voting is about is us together,
Making a choice.
right? Deciding,
Yeah.
right, where do we want the country to go?
In a
And-
non-economic way, in a holistic
Yeah,
way.
in a holistic way. Economics is going to be part of it,
Sure.
for sure. But I mean, at least I think democracy requires my not just voting my first preferences for myself, but my thinking, what is it we should want together?
One thing I love about this framework is that there is this like idea of agency and choice that supersedes economics in a way, which is very refreshing.
Although economics, to their credit, to the
Don't mess
credit
me
of
up, Deborah.
economists,
Stop complicating things.
Economics does care a lot about choice. And one of the great things about a market is it is a vehicle, within limits, it's a vehicle for choice.
Yeah.
And it's a vehicle for individual choice. It's just that sometimes we have reason to think constraining choice, like in the child labor case. So I'm constraining what
Right.
a family, an individual family can do. But the hope is that leads to an equilibrium that's better for everybody.
Better outcomes for all.
Right.
Yeah.
And that sometimes closing off a market in some domain may make better choices available to us than would have been the case if we let every individual choose for themselves. And probably one of the more controversial areas that I have written on, not as much in my book, but is on schooling, and particularly K-12 education. So think about school choice programs. It's a lot of good things to say about allowing individual families the right to choose the education for their child and move again to a private system, a religious system, a public system. We lose something.
What do we lose?
And we lose, if you really care about integration along race, class, religious dimensions, you're not going to get that through individual choice systems.
That's going to be a sort of self-segregating
There'll
in the
be
population.
self-segregating population.
Yeah.
But if you actually think, no, the point of education, one point is to create a common education system that brings people together across their differences. Markets are not a good vehicle for that. I mean, markets are a great vehicle when I'm choosing for myself. They're not such a great vehicle when we're really trying to create a we, and we are trying to figure out something.
In thinking about the school one in particular, there's a lot of research that shows that when you put lower income kids with less access to opportunities and fewer, ambitious role model who successfully did whatever, when you put them in a more leveling organization in a school that has socioeconomic diversity and other types of diversity, they do better. And the cost is that some of those rich kids do a little bit worse. And you can't talk about that part because you need the rich kids to get that good effect. But what I love about what you're saying is that there's some other effect that's not captured in those numbers that might be also good for the rich kid.
Right.
How do you capture that? Do you know?
You
just
don't
You just hold it in your heart.
No, I actually think there are bad things for society, for a democratic society, about having insular elites. And I mean, it's a harder argument to make, but I actually think it's bad for elites to be
self-sequester.
so removed from the rest of society.
Because they don't know what's going on?
Because they don't know what's going on, because they don't develop certain kinds of empathy, because they lack really important information. And it's not good to have people walking around feeling entitled simply because they have.
Well, from the opposite end of the spectrum, elites want to keep an eye on the madding crowds. The best way to be overthrown is to be so separate that you lose touch.
More. There are lots of reasons to have a world in which people have different amounts of money. But there is a worry about people thinking, because I have more money, I'm a better kind of person than you are, and I'm entitled, and you should obey me and follow me.
Yeah.
And
I do think we oversubscribe in this country in particular to the if you have money, then you have good ideas.
Mhm.
And making rules based on those ideas from someone who's been insulated from reality, sometimes that can get a little squirrely.
Yeah. There's a hypothesis from psychology, the contact hypothesis. So the contact hypothesis is nothing diminishes stereotyping and hatred as much as having contact. No, it has to be kind of a structured contact, and it has to, be relatively egalitarian. John F. Kennedy was on this PT boat during World War II. So here's the son of one of the richest men in America on this boat, and you look at who was on the boat with him, and it was like the son of a mechanic, the son of a farmer.
Yeah.
And they're there together. We have very few places in society right now which bring people together like that.
Yeah.
And I actually think it shows. I mean, even when I was growing up, there were more places where you would come across people from different walks of life.
Yeah.
It's much more segregated now. I mean, you see it at airports. Well, you don't even see a lot of people at airports because they're on private planes.
Right.
Or
in the lounges.
And
Not a
the
lounge
divisions are much greater than they were at any time I can remember growing up. And markets are great, as I say. They do great things, but they do create inequalities, which is fine. They're catering to differences, but you want to limit that because you...
Yeah, Ryan Bardwell, I think, is playing with fire. Apparently, he spent $500, according to Nightish. Ran into Nightish over on another channel, and Nightish. Once he gets sauced up, he's mouthy when he's sober. He's just sometimes out of control once he gets some sham pipple in him. So apparently, Ryan Bardwell spent $500 to ban me for life. And TMKC's saying that he spent $200 to get her banned from Izzy Bands. Telling you right now, people don't understand what Ryan's doing. That motherfucker is racist as fuck. And all he's doing is basically going over to these channels, and you see him in the chat. I saw him in CM's chat, and he's just basically running. I guess he thinks he's running the slaves from the chat or something like that. I think it's weird. And he's another fucking weirdo. He does show up in my chat every now and again, but thank God I told him to self-deport his ass months ago. He's just creepy to me.
At least want some places where people are relating to each other, not as winners and losers, and not as deal makers, but like as fellow citizens.
I need more than just my barista being like, have a nice day.
Exactly.
I think that's right. For my soul to flourish. Yeah, I think that's right. And for democracy. Okay, so I have a list of some of my favorite examples from your book, some of my favorite examples that illustrate your framework. We've done votes. I didn't realize that the Titanic was like the venue for a lot of thought experiments in economics. Can you tell me about that?
So the Titanic is an interesting example, and it really gets to this issue about safety. And if you think about the Titanic, one of the interesting things about the Titanic was for the cheaper fares on the boat, you had no access to lifeboats. If you paid for a cabin at a certain level, you had access to lifeboats. And when the Titanic hit
famously
the iceberg, right, the bunch of people had no access to lifeboats. I think that's an awful thing.
Yeah. That just means
Um,
you're poor, so you have to die.
Right. On the other hand, you know, again, you can think about the economic arguments. So, from one perspective, okay, if I know, like, I really want to get to Europe or America, and I know I'm putting myself somewhat at risk, but I'm willing to take that chance.
Right.
You know, and somebody might say, like, who are you to tell me I can't take that chance?
Who are we to stop
Who are
them?
we to stop them? So, there's a paternalist argument.
Sure.
But paternalism is a shaky ground argument when you're dealing with adults. You
Yeah.
don't really want to make paternalistic arguments.
We don't like to circumvent their ability to
I
just
think
choose for
there's the
themselves.
argument about our relations with each other. You know, there's the person who decides, I want to go on this. I know there's no lifeboat, but I'm willing to take that chance. Okay, why not just let them do that? And then I think, well, I don't want to be implicated in, like, I have to throw this person off the boat.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in a situation like that.
I love that you're identifying with the first class ticket holders.
Here, well, yes.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to, you know, not.
I identify with steerage. I'm just saying.
I identify with steerage, but I'm trying to think, what's the reason? That's not a paternalist argument, because I'm not doing it because it's better for you. I'm actually now doing it because, right, it's better for me, at least the kind of relations I want to have that I think are right to have between human beings are not ones where I'm in the situation I have to push you out of the boat, because then otherwise I won't survive.
Yeah. You'd rather not have to do the pushing. Okay. On this one, I got stuck because it felt like fixing inequality. Because in the thought experiment, you're like, what if everybody could afford it and some people just forego because they don't feel like it? Like if you solve the inequality issue that people come into life, you know, into markets, poor and rich, and that's just what's going to happen. If you solve for that, you still feel bad about it.
So that's the relationship. So even if the person is rich and just it's cheap,
rich but loves risk. Yeah.
An interesting example about safety, kind of an ironic example. When seatbelts were first introduced in the United States, only the drivers had to wear a seatbelt, not the passengers.
Wow.
And
Okay, King Picks, I'm not going to get knee deep into this. I thought everybody knew. He'd made a couple donations to this channel, and he's one of these guys, because I've seen him do it on CT's channel over the years. It's maybe a couple years back, but he'll make donations, and then I guess he thinks it's like buying shares in a company. You know, once he gets some ownership, once he buys into the channel, he thinks he has ownership and he can dictate, policy or what a show could do. I mean, if you ever see him in Nitish's channel, Nitish play me a song or Nitish play my song. He tried to do something like that over here, and I told him to self-deport or I'd boot his ass out. And of course, I'm going to take his mod, and he can take his money with him. He doesn't have that kind of pull just because he's given me a couple donos. And if he'd given me hundreds of dollars, he still wouldn't have that kind of power. It's a dono. It's not a share in the company.
The result was more deaths. And the reason, at least the hypothesis about why this happened, there's a couple of books on this, is that the drivers now.
Yes, Shiesty Bum, exactly. And I personally find him creepy that way. He's just a creep. That's the only word I can think of. And I find him a virulent racist, probably second only to a John Galt or a Be Brave.
Felt they could take more risks that then got, of course, imposed on their passengers. So it's not only about the vulnerability, it's about the consequences. I don't want to be, even if you're in the boat, you have no lifeboat because you love risk and you have plenty of money.
I'm so rich, but I love risk.
You love risk. And it's like, I don't want to be put in the position where there's only a limited number of seats and there's not one for you. And so I'm going to push you, I can't accommodate you. I don't want to live in a world where I'm going to partake of that in the same way. I don't want to live in a society that's going to enforce a slave contract, even if it's entered into voluntarily.
I guess I regret to say that I think we live in that world.
Well, but to some extent we do.
Yeah. What do you do about that? Cry. Think really hard.
Think really hard. Again, this is where markets are very, they have a role to play. They're not the whole story. And it's really important that we have non-market mechanisms to protect people from the worst outcomes. And the United States is probably an extreme among developed capitalist countries in having less, less some people call it a safety net, but less of what a democratic society needs in order to actually really be a democratic society that includes everybody on some.
Yeah, well, I'm too much of a control freak for that, Con. I don't operate that way. I don't mind being a little bit of a team player. And, I ask for contributions to the show all the time. But, I reserve the right to choose which show ideas I execute and which I don't. And Ryan sometimes doesn't seem to be asking. It's more, I think you ought to do this. And I can't have that. This is not, he and I would never be on that equal kind of footing. Not on this channel.
Equal stand.
Shit, you see the way I pushed back against John Galt. And he was the channel owner, and I wasn't going to take the channel owner's bullshit. So you really think I'm going to take that kind of shit on a channel that I own? Not hardly, not from Ryan.
As citizens, a lot of our members of our society are really totally disenfranchised. Even if they have the right to vote, they are in such vulnerable positions and have so little voice and are often making desperate exchanges.
Yeah. And in this, I guess it's sort of hard to imagine. One thing I struggle with is trying to imagine the better version. What I find so compelling about the outcome focused marketization is oh, good, a tool.
Mm-hmm.
We can do something. Isn't that nice?
Mm-hmm.
And I find that energizing and hopeful, but and the fact that it engages with the real world in this very tangible way is useful and relaxing for my brain. And so I guess my question, sort of large, my big overarching question for you is how do you imagine this better world? A better version of the world that still engages with reality? Because so often some of the prescriptions, I'm yeah, I would love that too, but
yeah, how are we going to get there? I don't have a good how are we going to get there, but we have as a society, both in the United States and in other parts of the world, achieved more inclusive democracies over the last 150 years and made tremendous progress. And even though at the moment we're in a moment of democratic backsliding, and we could do that again. I mean, I'm not so pessimistic that it's, I am pessimistic, but I see that, when people get together and organize, it's a little bit about what happened in Minneapolis, where grassroots people organized and came out for their neighbors and were able to really push back on ICE and on some, very bad things that were happening. I think we, I mean, I'm still a believer in we the people. And, you know, there are things people do together collectively. Some autocrats have been thrown out. It's possible. I mean, right now there's a lot of cynicism and skepticism that we could do things together.
Yeah.
But history does show us that lots of times we have acted together, and we've acted together in ways that have actually improved human well-being as well. And
it's sort of the collective, considering the we and actively working towards the going out of your way to work towards a we and to consider what we want is the antidote to that backsliding into that like gap between the real world and an imagined better world.
I mean, that's the hope.
Sounds really obvious when I say it like that.
That's the hope. Yeah. Right now things look bleak, but you know, they've looked bleak before.
Well, Deborah, this has been really fun.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm so depressed.
No.
Well, before we go, I do have one more last question for you. Is there something in your personal life that you're working on getting better at, like as a practice?
Okay. So I've been reading a lot of Seneca these days. And Seneca has this remark.
So what's he going to become, a Stoic?
Where he says, people get very upset if somebody comes and takes money from you, right? Like walks up and takes some money from your wallet, or you'd be outraged.
Right.
But you give your time away to people who waste it. And you actually don't get upset about that at all.
Listen to him marketizing time.
And you have all your priorities completely wrong, because the most valuable thing you have is time.
It's true.
And so I've been thinking a lot about how not to waste my time for myself, but also how not to waste other people's time, and to make sure that, you know, I'm not wasting other people's time.
And that makes me all the more grateful that you made time for this conversation.
Well, according to Be Brave, I waste time reading books. So, ma'am, don't talk to Be Brave about this. All right. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to this here show, please like the show, subscribe to the show, and share it with all your friends far and wide. We are 9 away from 400. So let's rally the troops. Let's cross that threshold to 400, folks. Last I checked, it was 391. Let me thank the sponsors of this here Saturday show. Kimmy contributed today. It is ConnShawnery, SD, Brooklyn Watson, and Richard, proud gas money contributors to today's short bus. By the way, the thumbnail art is new from our executive producer for art and other things, Speak Radio. And our executive producers, for one reason or another, again, Miss Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, the Dirty Dude, the Lupin Rigging, the Let's Talk About It 1212, that's Latino for Trump, and Speak Radio. So they, both monetary or artistic, they contribute greatly to the show and help contribute to it to its success. This particular thumbnail art that Speak Radio did is definitely the best or my favorite version of the bus, bus 666. That made me laugh. All right, so this next video is called Why You Can't Compromise with Fascists. And boy, when I saw it, I knew I would have to show it today. So let's find out why we can't compromise.
Midterm elections in the U.S. will take place on Tuesday, November 3rd. And meanwhile, in news that will shock no one, the most destabilizing threats to a free and democratic American society continue to come from Donald Trump.
Just crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
And his allies who are currently running the government. You're going to hear a lot about the need to moderate and compromise to fight the threat of Trumpism between now and November.
Men playing in women's sports. And I said, I hope they keep doing that because it's got to be impossible to win a race politically.
Thinking about how to stop the agenda of the goons in charge at present is a really complicated question.
That was so easy to do. I don't get it.
But as a starting point, it's critical not to let complexity blind you to the political landscape before us.
I'd like to share with you some brief words on the subject of misrule as we endure the daily spectacle of this broken man and his ruined presidency.
Yeah,
Let me
this is
reference
my
just
buddy
a few
John
items
also.
from recent days with the threat of 50% tariffs on some Canadian goods. Trump appears to want to launch an open trade war with Canada, a stalwart ally and dependable neighbor.
Each day, his allies are fewer, and even they no longer deny his corruption.
2 more people were killed in illegal murder strikes in the Caribbean by the U.S. military over the weekend.
In Ahab's time, when the law stood in the way of the king, he could rely on wicked men to lie and loyal nobles to corrupt the law on his behalf.
And that's just the latest fatalities in a toll that now goes into the hundreds.
The obscene self-dealing while he plunges the nation deeper into reckless war, while the people pay more for everything. And millions lose health coverage while he rakes in billions and builds himself a ballroom and prepares again to attack our elections.
And in one of the strangest stories from the second Trump administration,
the brother of top Trump aide Natalie Harp is speaking out front tonight.
though the story really began years ago,
You guys grew up in the same home, the same family, so you understand where she's coming from in a way that no one else does.
we learned that the fanatically devoted, politically reactionary, and religious extremist executive assistant Natalie Harp helps to shape the president's understanding of the world and access to its most extreme corners.
My mom raised us with the idea that American exceptionalism was the correct way of looking at things, that the United States is the boss of the world, that slavery was back then, that was normal. People weren't bad because they had slaves.
She also apparently writes disturbing letters of self-abnegation.
So I think that's where her infatuation for Trump comes from, honestly, because I don't think it's a physical attraction. Let's get real,
And she goes sprinting after golf carts or climbing into car trunks.
Letters of her devotion to the president so concerning that even the United States Secret Service was alarmed by her seeming obsession
to accompany Trump when he goes anywhere outside his office at the White House.
They quote, human binky.
The Harp issue was brought into sharp relief by Senator John Ossoff.
So he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
Whose comments in a speech triggered a furious response.
The attacks on her are so odious and distasteful.
From Trump allies.
He knew what he was doing, which is punching down on someone who's effectively defenseless.
Doesn't Donald Trump do that all the time?
And then got a lot of coverage in the press.
Has Trump said so much worse, so much more sleazy things against other people? Yes. Have I defended those things? Absolutely.
I remember that decades ago, you would see some candidate for state legislature proposing some wild measure, saying something openly racist or recommending executing women who get abortions. And everyone would be titillated because the press would cover it the way they covered exotic customs in faraway countries. But the general vibe back then seemed to be that you shouldn't worry too much about that guy who hated Black people or wanted to kill women because he was on the fringes and would never really hold power.
Do you know had the immigration laws been enforced, reasonably enforced, 9/11 would have been averted?
Well, the platonic ideal of that hateful and ignorant fringe candidate is now running the United States day in and day out.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no, as a principle?
The answer is that
there has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman.
Yeah, there has to be some form.
So today I want to talk about exactly where we're at and to suggest that we shouldn't compromise on delusions or give in to the many revolutions in corruption that are underway today. I want to talk about the difference between reaching and motivating voters whose concerns you address on the one hand and getting suckered into supporting atrocities and hate propaganda on the other, because they're two different things. There's a cliche about governance in which people want to believe and are sometimes encouraged to believe that the king or the dear leader has their best interests at heart, but the bad lords and counselors around him are keeping him from knowing what is really happening in the country.
I have a vested interest in making sure that President Trump's the most successful Republican president in the history of this country.
The idea is that the leader would somehow intervene and save them if only he knew.
But he's got people that are giving him bad advice that are around him every day.
But Donald Trump is a bucket filled with resentments and a howling need for affirmation and little else.
We don't want to speak to them. We're not looking to meet or anything. The straightest.
Damn, a howling bucket.
The cabinet secretary scheming to influence him are bad.
Hegseth as a total disregard for some of the most basic foundations of our military, to include the constant melding of our politics and our military. He's out stumping in Iowa for partisan political candidates while, our troops are suffering on the USS Lincoln.
And now we have another bad influence, Natalie Harp.
Mr. President, that makes you the richest man in the world.
She cheered on the January 6, 2021 coup mightily.
As the president started speaking near the White House, she wrote, "Fight for Trump" a dozen times within a single post.
And she's part of an evangelical American movement that has wrought so much harm on the country.
We also found that on the day of his impeachment, she tweeted Bible verses referencing him. And one, she tweeted at him saying, "I thank God upon every remembrance of you."
And in reality, she's already been around for years. But now we're seeing what her role really is.
She provides him sort of this alternate version of information, including that plays into his view of the deep state, in his words, of his own government, of being suspicious of what he is being told.
Call her Rasputin or maybe Wormtongue.
They quote, "human binky."
In any case, she represents a key constituency of the batshit society that elected Donald Trump and reveres him.
Reports that she was also the one behind a racist Truth Social video that depicted the Obamas as apes.
And she seems to think that her job is to abase herself to the president.
You have the absolute right to cuss me out if need be when I deserve it.
While simultaneously acting as a conduit with foreign leaders and private messages.
She is the one who deals with lawmakers and allies and government liaisons. She is texting them messages from President Trump, articles that President Trump wants these lawmakers to see.
All while her salary is paid by the rest of us.
And vice versa. They are reaching out to her if they want to get in touch with President Trump, if they want him to see something.
Harp is far from the only representative of the cadre that's formed and glommed on to Trumpism and its effects.
Joining me today is Richard Hanania. He is a writer and commentator and a columnist.
Though others in that group are less focused on propping up Trump than on pushing the same retrograde ideas.
I've spoken up pretty aggressively against a lot of the things that the administration is doing.
The pushback against DEI that has harmed so many Black women in the job market and decimated American education has been cheered on by pseudo-intellectuals who are deeply racist and are still committed to eugenics as a field in the 21st century.
Groups do differ in racial demographics, do differ in crime rates. I don't think people can deny that. I think that, this is much less of an issue now that kind of there's been a backlash to wokeness. So I don't even bother talking about this anymore.
The same racism animates the anti-immigrant purges terrorizing.
I released a short today that maybe I'll show it later. But the title of it is, in my opinion, conceptually, race relations in America haven't really changed over the last 100 years, maybe even longer than that. You're still getting people on TV talking about race science, and we still have Be Brave preaching from a position of abject ignorance about things he doesn't actually understand or grasp completely. So, that is the basis for me thinking, the more things change, the more they remain the same.
Millions in the US today.
That's not the threat to your nation is the worst of the worst. The threat to your nation is your run-of-the-mill illegal alien that we've just said, the 105 million that don't share your cultures.
And much of the same crew also deeply loathes women and denies our physical and intellectual capacities.
If you can't find any woman who's willing to date you, and that kind of becomes all-consuming.
And trans people are as demonized or more demonized than any other group right now.
And so you give them a fucking Willy Wonka golden ticket to go into the women's locker room and the women's bathroom and stare at women and pretend you're a woman.
Each of these kinds of hatred has been used to help return Trump to office.
Maria Ressa, who received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021 for her work defending free expression in the Philippines.
And now that he's there, the true believers and the cynics alike are destroying any remaining commitment to democracy and equality.
The head of VDEM publicly said that if the trends in America continue, that he expects democracy to die by the summer. Like, not just to wake you up, right?
The success of this agenda after bringing Trump back to office is not entirely a product of propaganda. In some cases, those putting these ideas on offer find very willing takers for the bill of goods that they're selling.
Trump is like everything that my mom taught us to respect.
I know this is true because I grew up among people who believe the same things that Natalie Harp believes.
My Good Samaritan, President Donald J. Trump.
The same things that Richard Hanania believes.
Identity politics for white people is necessary.
I know what kind of world these people want to make. And while Trump is a racist, he does not have the same desire to make over the world that they do, with a very particular structure in mind.
We're building a military complex and a ballroom that will be second to none anywhere in the world.
But he does have the same desire for absolute control.
I was over in China 2 months ago, and we saw the Great Hall of China. Well, now we're going to have a Great Hall, too, in the United States. So it's very important, very, very important.
And the racists, the bad advisors, the misogynists, and the egomaniacal leaders they find to take up his causes,
perverts.
None of these people are ones with whom we should compromise ideologically.
This is Trump's America.
The damage underway is in no way limited to suffering inside U.S. borders.
Donald Trump's return to the White House has intensified a downward spiral on human rights. That's the conclusion of Human Rights Watch's annual report.
We should be equally opposed to the international politics the U.S. has embraced under Trump 2.0.
The human rights movement is facing a triple threat: the Trump administration, the Russian government, the Chinese government, which may be adversaries from a strategic standpoint, but they have one thing in common, is that they don't want the UN, they don't want the human rights system.
The U.S. military, in our name, continues to kill random people at sea.
2 service members told me that they also believe that there wasn't enough justification or intelligence that the people on those boats were in fact narco-terrorists, and they were very concerned that they were potentially killing innocent civilians.
Through our cuts to USAID, thousands upon thousands of people die every week around the world.
The global HIV/AIDS nonprofit AMFAR surveyed more than 166 organizations in 46 different countries about the impact of PEPFAR cuts and the broader dismantling of U.S. aid by the Trump administration. It found that more than 1,700 treatment sites globally had been closed.
And while we have seen the U.S. military in the form of National Guard troops committing violence against civilians domestically,
Spencer Ackerman, the Pulitzer Prize-winning national security reporter, author of Reign of Terror, How the 9/11 Era Destabilized America and Produced Trump.
The administration has been much quicker to use the military for illegal actions abroad in these boat strikes, in the war against Iran, and in the many other bombing operations undertaken in the last year and a half.
Spencer, you begin your book with the prologue with Timothy McVeigh visiting the far-right paramilitary compound in Elohim City, Oklahoma, before what you call the worst terrorist attack in American history.
This is of a piece with Trump's open hostility toward our traditional military allies, including countries like Denmark and Canada.
I thought it was extremely important to see the war on terror in its fullness, in its totality, and only then can we understand its implications. And I think the only way to really do that is to look at who were the exceptions to the war on terror, who the war on terror didn't target, despite fundamentally similar actions.
So it might come across as a complete rupture with prior presidents, but unlike the threats to NATO allies, the larger campaign of boat bombings and military operations are actually more like part of a continuum.
The whole purpose of the phrase war on terror was a kind of social compromise amongst respectable elites in order to not say the thing that they were in fact building, which was an expansive war only against some people's kinds of terror, only against non-white people's kinds of terror, only against foreigners' kinds of terror.
It is possible to see the boat bombings as the next step, the next level in hostilities beyond the drone strikes that were carried out under President Obama and President Biden.
And not against the kind of terrorism that is the oldest, most resilient, most violent, and most historically rooted in American history. One that seeks to draw its own heritage out of the general American national heritage.
President George W. Bush created offshore concentration camps, kidnapping, and torture sites in Guantanamo and elsewhere with the war on terror.
We listen to what I believe are principled civil libertarian objections against an expansive category of criminalized association, treating people who might have believed as McVeigh did, odiously as I believe that is, but ultimately not committing acts of violence, treating them as essentially indistinct from McVeigh was absolutely intolerable, as it always should have been to the American political elites.
The war on drugs under Nixon continues to provide the basis, if dishonestly, for the boat strikes during Trump 2.0.
But that intolerability did not extend to Muslims. And there it was easy after 9/11 to construct an apparatus fueled by things like the Patriot Act that expanded enormous categories of criminal association known as material support for terrorism, authorized widespread surveillance.
It can seem like today we are doing shocking things that have never been done. And it is important to realize that in many cases, these are horrific steps into something grimmer.
That is a politics of the war on terror that has been here from the start. Trump makes it vastly less subtle, to the extent that it was subtle, than it was before.
But in other ways, it can be seen that it's just the next phase in a specific arc of extrajudicial actions unfolding over the last quarter century or even half century.
His hold here has everything to do with the way that he was able to recognize the ways in which the war on terror is an excellent sorting mechanism for figuring out who is a real American and who is a conditional American.
Many of those policies came about as a result of compromising on moral values in ways that were seen as practical at the time.
Yeah, I talked a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, about they're going to attempt to basically create a second-class citizenship with naturalized and dual citizens, which I don't think is constitutional. We'll see how that bears out, but I'm just hoping, some of the stuff can be reversed. If I were president, I'd have a list of about 100 things. I'd do the same thing Trump did on his first day. I would just haul out like a portable desk. I'll just sign like 100 different executive orders undoing what Trump has done.
The problem is when you surrender the moral values that create your politics and your political system, you move closer to your opponents, but they will never move closer to you. And like corruption taking over in an economy, once a society rationalizes away its moral frameworks, it can be very hard to undo.
Now all we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the Atlantic and or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both.
The odd thing is that many of the great, and by great, I mean derogatorily great monsters of history started out with some shred of idealism, even if they quickly surrendered their humanity to slaughter their enemies and to keep or expand power.
A Democratic candidate, whoever wins, is going to have a huge advantage because of Bush. People don't like him. People think he's been a horrible president.
What the fuck? He's going to rename the Atlantic and the Pacific? We own those too?
Possibly the worst in the history of this country.
You believe that?
Oh, he's been a terrible president.
But it's important to realize that Trump has never been for anyone but Trump.
You think he's the worst in the history of the United States?
I don't think he can get much worse.
So even lip service to democracy or higher ideals in any meaningful sense has gone completely out the window since his return.
I mean, who's worse? Give me a couple of names. Who could be worse?
The Republican Party has surrendered entirely on whatever moral arguments it might have tried to make in the past and stands for none of the ideals it once purported to.
Hillary Clinton is going to be the Democratic nominee. What do you think?
I think she will be. I know her very well. She's very talented.
When Darlene Graham, sister of the deceased Senator Lindsey Graham and the woman appointed to his seat after his death, muffed a question.
Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South?
She embarrassed herself.
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security. But I do support the military.
But when called to account, she didn't address the issue at hand. Instead, she assured the public that the voters of South Carolina are far more occupied with trans children playing sports than they are questions of international democracy.
They're concerned about boys and girls sports. One lady talked to me extensively about that today.
The reason that we're seeing such loud calls for Democrats and leftists to compromise on their moral frameworks is because Trump was effective at using hatred to motivate people.
People get activated by hate. It's a very, very, very strong force.
He has managed to get tens of millions to identify with him. But these are not, for the most part, people who attend to politics or follow the nuances of legislation. Because of clever phrases, manipulation of historic hatreds, or appeals to resentment, these voters had developed an affinity for a particular candidate or for a platform plank. But the key is to not give in.
I am descended from people who, in their lifetime, fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it.
It is to stand on reality and democratic values and remind people that they know better too, that not only can they demand more from their politicians, they themselves and the country as a whole can become more than the hatred and punishment the Trump administration is using to divide us.
I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the honor that I draw out of this, is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make.
I see people quote those who have been tied to deeply racist writing and statements, given prime real estate to replicate them regularly online these days. This kind of person can write opinion pieces for the New York Times or have a column in the Boston Globe. People will suggest that rights for trans people as human beings are negotiable, or that immigrants deserve some in-between amount of the terror that's been unleashed against them, or that concentration camps detaining civilians en masse without any due process would be acceptable if only they were run slightly more moderately. They will talk about immigrants as threats instead of as the foundation of the best parts of modern America.
We're joined by Connor Leahy, an expert on AI risk.
People who found useful applications of AI as a tool.
It's very important to understand that AI is very different from traditional software.
Get to sell the concept on huge platforms, trashing people who are alarmed.
If you go to the websites of most of these major companies, such as Anthropic or OpenAI, you will see that the goal of these companies is not to build a chatbot. It's not to build a nice tool. It's not to build anything like this that could empower humanity. Their goal is to build superintelligence, systems that are fully autonomous.
There seems to be little or no acknowledgement that the corporate leaders of the AI revolution are corrupt and don't have the best interests of the public at heart.
So you would have millions or billions of systems running around, acting in the world,
pushing their product in ways that are untruthful.
Well, I actually think that anybody expecting the head of or the CEO of a multinational corporation to be thinking about the public interest, ooh boy, that is naive. And one thing I don't like about this show, it's the first time I've ever watched it. I don't like the way she keeps cutting. She'll say something, then go to video. I find that really annoying.
Dangerous and damaging to vulnerable individuals and whole sectors of the economy, from artists to school children.
It's very hard to imagine that going well.
And people don't have the skills or the time to research all this themselves on every front. If we create a possible politics for a moral society, a lot of people are looking for something to make a coherent case for them.
We've known since the 1980s that systems trained using reinforcement learning become extremely sociopathic, extremely aggressive in their optimization, because the only thing they care about is achieving their goal.
So when you hear the big tent arguments, keep in mind something Hamilton Nolan wrote over the weekend about a completely different issue in politics and media coverage. He said, is it better to have good politics or bad politics? Good politics. And do we just want ourselves to have good politics, or do we want everyone to share those good politics? We want everyone to have them. Yes. So if someone is insulting anyone for having good politics, that is very stupid. And I would add to what Nolan said, it's okay to have good politics and market them smartly in ways that will appeal to people and bring new voters to you. And I would add that if someone suggests that you can't win with good politics, but should have bad politics because that might be more popular, the opportunism and the dishonesty of that statement is obvious. Yet that is what we're being told with regard to immigrants, to trans people, to abortion, to any number of questions. And in reality, the suggestion that embracing Republicans' bad politics is a more practical approach isn't even true.
Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed joins us now.
And one of the things that you'll hear a lot is you have to moderate, because even if you're right on these issues, people aren't ready for it.
Fighting for rights that you don't use or may not understand is about fighting for rights, Joe.
And what I would argue is that for American politicians over the last quarter century or more, there has been a real lack of understanding. It is the politician's job to get the people ready.
I also have certain rights that I use that most people in this room don't use. I put my face on the ground 34 times a day. I value being able to walk into places and do that. I don't need people to understand why.
It is their job to do the educational campaigns and to lay that groundwork for the policies that they know are right to bring. And there has been a massive failure to do that for a very long time.
We're being told that if we only give up, if we sacrifice the rights of some people, then the rest of us get to keep our rights, which we all know is some bullshit.
People are often more attracted to the messaging that's used than the policy it's wrapped around. It's part of a package about what kind of American to be.
Because rights are rights are rights are rights.
And the truth is that the agenda itself, as well as the President of the United States, is deeply unpopular.
When it comes to trans rights, I don't need people to understand why. I need people to make sure that the government can't come in and tell people not to.
Embracing that agenda is a path to ruin.
Because the minute we assent to one group losing their rights, we are assenting to everybody losing their rights.
You're going to have to put forward some other package about what kind of American to be. It might as well be a good and honorable one.
You know, I like them. I don't want to like them. I like them for some stupid reason.
And if people say, well,
King Pix, are you talking about this lady who's hosting this program. Maybe somebody in this chat, and this is a genuine question. Why do people worry about whether some woman on YouTube has a man or not? Is it because you're not listening to what she's saying? It's boring you or something, so your mind wanders? I am curious. I tend to notice this happening a lot. And it's mostly younger people that I notice just drifting off into whether she has a man or not. The fuck does it matter?
Liberals are annoying, or that they feel exhausted by endless head games over language or intentionality. Fine. But liberals aren't in power. The left isn't in power. The Republicans only pretend that woke 1.0 was omnipotent. They only claim Joe Biden is responsible for everything Americans don't like. And in both cases, they're lying. I've talked before about diagnosing a problem versus figuring out the prescription for it. The study of public health reveals those are often two different things. You have to know what's wrong before you can consider how to fix it. But how to fix the country is in part a communications issue. Seeing the problem, let's say a medical problem, through the eyes of patients doesn't mean giving up on the idea of vaccines or preventive care. It means finding ways to reach them with policy solutions you have a rational basis for thinking will help. Now, you might decide it's better to focus your main message on, let's say, corruption in politics.
The Mar-a-Lago mafia really has taken American corruption to spectacular new heights. But corruption in American politics runs a lot deeper than Donald Trump.
Because as a communication strategy, that might more readily draw voters to your side.
And see, I get why people voted for him. Because even before he came on the scene, American politics was coin operated. Money's in, favors out.
But even if the voters weren't interested in cleaning up corruption, the logical next step would not be to become pro-corruption in order to draw those voters.
So Trump promised to attack a broken system. I get it. Right target. Yes, the system is really rigged, but he's not unrigging it. He's re-rigging it for himself.
What I know is that for the people in power today, and for the people who seriously want the same things as Trump and his allies want for the country, it will never be enough to get what they want.
I'm Anthony Davis, a British journalist covering US news and politics.
They have to be able to punish their opponents at will, whenever and however they like.
You know, when Donald Trump says America is hot right now and that it's wealthier than ever, you know, he's talking about himself. As president, Trump thinks he is America and that America is him.
That is the essence of Trumpism. And it's also the essence of the house that I grew up in. So I understand it.
Trump's worldview divides society into winners and losers, loyalists and traitors. Compromise reads as weakness, forgiveness as surrender. In such a scheme, revenge is righteous.
If you're a politician, I would say divide the political challenges into two categories. One, what is your moral vision and the policies that flow out of it?
So how do we unrig American politics? Well, first, follow the money.
And two, what are your most effective issues with the voters that you want to reach?
Citizens United was the most destructive Supreme Court decision in modern American history.
And what are the most effective ways to talk about those issues?
And see, Donald Trump's rise is a symptom of all of this.
And for those of us who aren't politicians, we can use the same approach in a less formal way to deal with friends and relatives, or politicians in our towns or on our school board, or really anybody that we hope to get to consider a more honest and fair policy than the one that exists today.
This broken moment is an opening not for restoration, but for reformation.
If we're looking for something different than the plague of vileness and decay that is dominating at present,
every day our wave grows taller, our tent grows bigger.
Then meeting people where they're at doesn't mean embracing their intolerance and their resentments.
Here's the truth that small men like Donald Trump will never understand. That our national greatness flows not through our blood or our genes, but through our ideas and our care for one another.
It just means knowing what you stand for and finding some part of it that they might care about too. And that's it.
Thanks for listening to Next Comes What. Please share this with one person who's looking for ways to survive this mess. To support this podcast, please become a paid subscriber at AndreaPitzer.com and consider giving Next Comes What a 5-star review where you get your podcasts.
They quote human binky.
She breaks it down, 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 down.
We watched this yesterday. Guess I need to clean up my this playlist. I don't know. There is a book during slavery in North Carolina. I think the Great Dismal Swamp is like right on the border of Virginia and North Carolina. And a guy wrote a book, black history professor wrote a book on the Great Dismal Swamp, and like slaves would run away, and I guess kind of like white outlaws too. There was a whole, I mean, they were essentially Maroons. If you've ever heard of the Maroons in places like Jamaica, we had a version of it too, at least in the Great Dismal Swamp, probably other places too. I guess we'll just go ahead and watch it. Something else I want to watch, but I'm just not sure that we've had enough politics. So we'll light it up. If this is lighter, it'll be just by a little bit.
And North Carolina. When enslaved people in Virginia and North Carolina ran, most of them ran north, but some of them ran south instead, toward the one place on the map that no slave catcher was willing to follow them into. 1 million acres of black water and cypress trees sitting right on the Virginia and North Carolina line. So thick that even a horse couldn't walk through it, and a dog really couldn't track a scent through it either. The men who hunted runaway slaves for a living would turn around at the edge of this swamp. But in 1823, Virginia sent in an armed militia in there with dogs to try to clear out the place, and they came back with almost nothing. The people who had made it inside didn't just hide out in there for a season. They actually built houses on dry ground, they cleared small fields, and they raised children who were born free in a slave state and grew up without ever once laying eyes on the outside world. Those families stayed in there for generations, and when they finally came out and gave their names to a census taker, the year was 1870, which happens to be the exact year that a whole lot of you cannot get past in your own family tree. Hi, I'm Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being with me here on my channel, where we talk about American identity and family stories. So here's where we're going with this video. We're going to start with what this swamp actually was. We're going to look at the words of the colonial officials who couldn't do anything about getting in there. And then we're going to get to the surnames. Those are the last names that may be connected to your family story, maybe not. And I have a document that lists all of that out for you guys. And then I'm going to give you the records that you can use to break through that 1870 wall that you might be stuck at. So let's get started. In the fall of 1856, a magazine illustrator named David Hunter Strother hired a guide, and he walked out into the Great Dismal Swamp. He had spent months hearing stories in Virginia parlors about the people who supposedly were still living inside the swamp, and he wanted to see one of them with his own eyes. The guide took him to a mound of dry ground somewhere near the Virginia-North Carolina border, and that guide knew exactly where he was going. There in the mound was a man, probably in his 40s. He was holding a long rifle across his chest, and Strawther wrote that the man had stillness in his eyes. He said it was the kind that you would see in someone who's maybe been watching the woods for a very long time and who understands that the woods have been watching back. The man they found was named Osman, and that mound was his home. Strawther sketched him right there on the spot, and Harper's Magazine actually printed this drawing the following year. So for one brief moment in 1857, the entire country got a clear look at a population it had never actually been able to catch or count. For more than 200 years, the government of Virginia and the government of North Carolina couldn't police this area, and so they couldn't count the people that were hidden inside of it. So today I'm going to give you the surnames of the people that walked out of that swamp. I've got a printable page for you. It's free. I'll tell you how to get it later on in the video. And some of the records you can use to pursue your family. But for some of those last names, Bass, Weaver, Nickens, Bright, if any of those names run in your family or families you married into, this video is definitely for you. The earliest colonial voice that we have in this area belongs to a man named Alexander Spotswood, and he was serving as the lieutenant governor of Virginia. And he sat down in 1714 to write a report complaining about a stretch of land on his southern border. He called it, in his own words, a no man's land, where loose and disorderly people were flocking daily. So that's a sitting colonial governor 60 years before the American Revolution. And he's telling the crown, the British crown, on official paper that there's this population inside his own colony that his government cannot reach. And the people are there and they don't know what to do about it. So 14 years later, in 1728, a wealthy Virginia planter and surveyor named William Byrd II was hired to walk the exact line between Virginia and North Carolina. So the swamp sat squarely across that line. So he had actually sent crews into it. And he was like, go in there, write down what you find, bring it back to me. Byrd left us this journal, so you can read today. And in that journal, he described seeing families of what he called mulattoes sheltering in the interior. He wrote quite plainly that it is certain many slaves shelter themselves in this obscure part of the world. So before the Revolutionary War, before the Constitution, before this country even had a name, we were still a British colony, two colonial officials had already put on paper that there was this hidden population inside the swamp that the government couldn't get into. And this is an incredible story. So before the runaways and before the Maroons that Byrd was writing about, the swamp belonged to indigenous people. Question I get in the comments constantly, people write in and tell me that their DNA either came back with native ancestry, sometimes a significant amount, and they cannot find a tribal role or any records that kind of touch on that. And so then they'll be like, well, is the test wrong? But for some of you, I think the test is right, and there's this other part of your family story. So the Great Dismal Swamp had been a part of, a native community for a very long time. And archaeologists working inside the swamp have recovered stone tools that they were carbon dating back to roughly 13,000 years. So that puts continuous human use of that land basically to the edge of what we know about, the peopling of America, of North America. And so by the early 1600s, the Algonquin-speaking tribes of the Virginia coastal plain, including the Chesapeake, the Nansemond, the Meherrin, the Tuscarora, all had this working relationship with the swamp. And they used its islands and its hammocks for hunting, fishing, small plot agriculture. And they knew pathways through it that these colonial surveyors really could never find. They were being sent in there to document, but they would get in there and they didn't really know where to go. After the Third Anglo-Powhatan War ended in 1646, the Nansemond tribe had almost nothing left of their original River Valley land. And so by 1648, many of them simply picked up what they had and they just walked into the swamp. Because if you want to keep living traditionally and you don't want to leave your homeland behind, it was kind of like, well, let's just go to the nearest big swamp. And the Dismal Swamp was the biggest one on the continent. So maybe your first documented surname enters the story at this point. Because in 1638, an English minister by the name of John Bass married a woman named Elizabeth. But Elizabeth, despite her British sounding name, was actually the daughter of a Nansemond chief. And the two of them had 8 children together. And that marriage was recorded in such a way that has survived all the centuries. That was in 1638. But what matters for your research, for your family, is that the Bass line stayed anchored to that Nansemond community, which is on the northern edge of the Great Dismal Swamp, for the next 380 years without really ever breaking. And their descendants used the paperwork of colonial Virginia to hold their ground, even as the state was trying to continuously redefine who they were. Now, 1677, we're still, we're so far back. This is the origin story here. The Treaty of Middle Plantation gave the Nansemond tribe and several other tribes the legal right to hunt and forage on their traditional grounds. Like, gee, thanks, guys. And the Bass descendants used this treaty as a working tool. So in 1729, a man named William Bass, who was almost certainly the great-grandson of Elizabeth and John, he walked into a Virginia court and he cited this treaty from 1677, and he was able to claim 103 acres of cleared swampland in a place called Deep Creek, which is now Chesapeake, Virginia. So that land claim existed on paper in the courthouse. You can go read it today. And so the court accepted his argument that he had this connection to the tribal land, that as a Nansemond descendant, he had a legal right to that ground. So this is 90 years now before the United States of America exists as a country. There was already this family tribal claim to this swampland. Okay, so before the story about escaped slaves in the swamp even begins, we've already documented that the indigenous population used colonial courts and colonial treaties to anchor themselves at the edge of the water here, so to speak. And the population was intermarrying steadily over time with English settlers, with free Africans, with people who had liberated themselves from slavery, and they had come into the swamp for shelter. And every one of these bloodlines produced surnames that we are, almost all of us, can trace. We have a lot. So the second question I get asked all the time comes from people who have already done a lot of work on their family. They tell me they have an ancestor who shows up as a free person of color in one record, a laborer as somewhere else, then they vanish for a decade, then they reappear. This happens my family quite a bit on many branches of the family tree, and they want to know, are they chasing different people? Like, is this one person who keeps moving? Very often, when someone kind of disappears and then you think you found them later reappearing, you are chasing one person, and I want to explain why that person kept moving. Okay. So by the middle of the 1700s, this swamp had become something that historians now call a maroon colony. The way they're using it comes from a Spanish word, cimarron, which was used for cattle that had escaped domestication and gone wild. Okay. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the word mulatto, which means like mule. It's like they're using these words that really belong to animals, which I think, just as an aside, is kind of showing you the perspective of one group on another. And so this word, which is for cattle that had escaped domestication, gone wild, and it eventually became used to describe people who had liberated themselves from slavery and built independent communities outside the plantation system. So you find these maroon societies, maroon communities across the Americas. You find them in Jamaica, the interior of Brazil, and in between the border of Virginia and North Carolina. And the Great Dismal Swamp maroon community, I think, is very likely the largest one that ever existed inside the boundaries of what is now the U.S. But this is a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big part of the American story. So the best primary source we have on these dismal maroons, as they're sometimes called, comes from a British traveler. And his name was John Ferdinand Smith, and he published a 2-volume book. Like, it was like big, in 1784, and it was called A Tour in the United States of America. Smith wrote that runaway Negroes have resided in these places for 12, 20, 30 years, upwards of that, more, subsisting themselves in the swamp upon corn, hogs, fowls that they raised on some of the spots that weren't perpetually underwater. were constantly being flooded. And because most parts of the swamp were constantly flooding or being underwater. So it was not easy to do that, to raise animals or grow any plants. So Smith is describing at least 3 generation communities with permanent houses, cleared farmland, livestock, and they're running on like 1/50th of the swamp's ground that is reliably not going underwater. And he reports all of it just as an established fact from people who knew the place firsthand. So the population inside the swamp, though, kept growing from the late 1700s into the 1800s. And there's not really an exact number that we can give you because the entire point of it for these people was like to not be counted. So we don't have an exact number. And that proves that they were successful in their goal, right? So several historians have put it as high as 11,000 people living in and along the Dismal by 1860 across all of those maroon sites combined. I've seen that upper figure be contested, and I don't know, but even historians who argue that it was less than that do describe that there's a population that was large enough that both states, Virginia and North Carolina, repeatedly tried to break it up and they couldn't. They failed. So in 1823, we're getting closer and closer to emancipation. Okay. In 1823, our Virginia militia force went into the swamp with dogs specifically to hunt down and dismantle these maroon settlements. And while they did destroy some structures,
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Bobby, this very lady, yesterday we watched a video that she did on talking about how Italians weren't considered white for the longest time in the early 20th century. So maybe, I can't remember, maybe you weren't here yesterday. Or maybe you were so busy worrying about her knees that you you missed the content.
most of the residents kind of just, melted further into the interior and they rebuilt on new ground because they knew the swamp, and the militia did not. In 1847, so this is 24 years later, North Carolina jumps in and they pass a law written specifically to authorize the capture of maroons in the Great Dismal Swamp. And that law failed to accomplish, obviously, what it was written to do. There were documented cases recorded in the memoirs of visitors and in interviews collected later by writers like Strother, who we talked about at the beginning of this video, of children born inside the swamp who grew into adulthood without ever laying eyes on a white person, and of grown adults who had never in their lives held a coin or seen a wagon wheel. So this brings us back to Osmond. This was the man that Strother had sketched from real life in 1856. The engraving in Harper's Magazine is one of the very few visual records that we have of the Dismal Swamp maroon colony drawn by a witness. So Harriet Beecher Stowe actually read some of those same accounts, and she used them as source material for her second novel, which she titled Dread, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp. It's a great name, right? It has it's so evocative, right? It has such a dark feeling. And she published it the same year in 1856. Stowe's novel is fiction, so we're not going to read into it too much. But Strother drew Osmond from real life, and that is that man. I'll put him on the screen. I mean, this is a real person. So who eventually came out of the swamp? What were their names, and what do we know about them? So the answer to that sits in the notebooks of a Smithsonian anthropologist named James Mooney. And he traveled to Norfolk County, Virginia in 19...
Bobby, if one segment of a country, if one segment of the population isn't doing well, it drags the whole society down. It's kind of like a weak link in a chain. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So it's bad for everyone. And a lot of times, the damage done, you have to kind of either uncover it or it exposes itself over time. So the answer to your question is it affects everyone. If one segment is down, the whole thing is down. It's not doing as well as it could.
And he took a careful census of the Nansemond community that had been anchored there on the northern edge, remember, of the Great Dismal Swamp, continuously since Elizabeth and John Bass had married in 1638. So Mooney at that time counted 61 households. He photographed several of the families, and he wrote down every surname he encountered, and his list survives. I'm going to give it to you. I want to read it slowly, and I also will leave a link below in the comments and in the video description, or you can go to newyorktonashville.com and grab it's totally free, a downloaded one-page sheet for you of surnames from the Great Dismal Swamp and places you should look if you're researching this part of your family. So these last names. This was from James Mooney, 1901. Bass, Bateman, Bond, Brady, Bright, Cable, Collins, Cragans, Gaylord, Gray, Green, Harmon, Holloway, Howard, Jones, okay, Osborne, Porter, Price, Roland, Sawyer, Scott, Sebastian, Simcoe, Weaver, White, Wilkins, and Williams. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, but this is the 61 households from that one community in 1901. This does not include surnames that were present in and around the swamp, but maybe they had drifted out of the Nansemond native community by the time Mooney arrived, which is why we would also add last names like Nickens, Trummel, Trammell, and Perkins, and there's many spelling variants your family may have picked up in the century since, because we know clerks were bad at spelling in every generation, and maybe our ancestors couldn't correct them or didn't know to correct them. The Trummel family of South Mills, North Carolina, and that is on the southern edge of the swamp. So the Nansemond tribe is the northern, this is on the southern edge, and that family descends from a man named Willis Bass and his wife Jemima Nickens, and they were both documented though as Nansemond people, and who record the births of their children in the pages of their family Bible, because they weren't getting recorded by the state of North Carolina. They were recording the stuff for themselves. And their daughter was named Lucinda Bass, and she married a man named William Trummel. So we have the Bass family and the Trummel family. And this is where a new line begins. It's called the Trummel line. It begins in South Mills, and the surname gets spelled a bunch of different ways. So you might see Trummel, Trammell, Trumbull, Trumbell, Trammell with one L. This is all the same family. Okay, let's jump to some more practical stuff. Knowing the history of the Great Dismal Swamp is amazing, but that's one thing. But sitting down at your computer and trying to figure out if your ancestors match up or what's going on, that is another. So let's talk about the 1870 census. So this was the first federal census taken after emancipation. So that means after the slaves were freed, this was the first time that we had a nationwide census that now included these people as their own households. And it was the first time that formerly enslaved people, along with previously uncounted populations of the Maroon and indigenous border communities and all that, were written down by name as the heads of household in federal record. So what that means, if your ancestor appears in 1870 as a head of household in one of these 8 core Dismal Swamp communities, and they didn't appear on the 1860 slave schedule for those same counties, and they don't appear on the 1860 free population census either, then you're almost certainly looking at somebody who came out of the swamp or who came out of a similar community that had been living beyond the reach of the state. So I'm going to include the counties also on the worksheet for you, or the download. This list, you can download it, print it out, tape it above your research desk, take a screenshot, send it to your auntie, whatever. I think you'll be using it a lot if your family's from this area. If you believe that your family is part of this community, you might want to check out the Indiana Church at Bowers Hill, Virginia, which was a Nansemond community church, and that has Bass, Weaver, Nickens, Bright surnames kind of threaded like all through that stuff. There are similar county churches or community churches, excuse me, on the North Carolina side that you can look at, but church records, especially these smaller churches, obviously probably not a lot are digitized. I mean, I've definitely emailed and called churches just to kind of even see what they have. Sometimes I get a response, sometimes I don't, but you know, we're on the hunt here. So I know this is a lot to take in and a lot of sources, but again, if you have taken a commercial DNA test and it came back maybe showing native ancestry you can't match anywhere, and your family is anywhere near these counties or these areas that we've been talking about, this history could very likely be that reason, because the Nansemond and the Meherrin and the Chesapeake and some of these other coastal tribes were not on the Trail of Tears because they didn't go. They were on the Eastern federal rolls, and then the federal government didn't really recognize them, like for most of the 20th century. And then they were reclassified out of Indian identity on paper, which we've talked about many times, in 1924 in Virginia by Walter Plecker. So people that were listed as Indian, a lot of them were reclassified as colored. That was the Racial Integrity Act. And I'll link to that for this video if you haven't seen it yet. And that paperwork changed under our families. You know, it happened to them. And, you know, the families themselves they never went anywhere. They didn't change. So something to keep in mind. The Great Dismal Swamp is a real place that you can drive to and stand at the edge of and look over the water of Lake Drummond. And I have not been there, but I have been to swamps in Louisiana where my family has lived as well. And you really can feel something tangible there in those places. How big and quiet a place would have to be for an entire community to disappear for 200 years, right? There are people alive today, you know, Bass descendants, Weaver descendants, Nickens descendants who trace their families back to that original 1638 marriage between Elizabeth and John, who they've known who they were the whole time. They've stayed in the same place basically the whole time. So if your tree hits that wall in 1870, understand that here in the US, our records are difficult, right? We're understanding and untangling that reason together here on this channel. Sometimes it was on purpose, like Walter Plecker. Sometimes it was just neglect or, you know, other motivations. But I think that changes our research, like when we're looking at it from that perspective of like, maybe our ancestors isn't like missing from the record. They just were not playing ball until 1870, right? So if your surname is anywhere on that Mooney 1901 list, or any of those things, or if your family came out of any of those counties that we talked about, I would love to hear about it in the comments. Do we need to do a part 2 to this? What did I miss? What would you like to add to this conversation for other people who are researching, and we'll read your comments as well. Tell me the earliest year you've been able to find your family too. We are rebuilding these maps together as a community on this channel. These maps of these multi-generationally mixed groups that hid for a long time. And now we as their descendants get to do this work, this really honorable work of finding our ancestors and remembering them. So every comment you do add about this adds a pin to that map, so to speak, that other researchers can use to then find their own people. And if you want to get the full, well, it's like one-page research guide for this, I will link to that below. And if you'd like to join me on Patreon, I put a ton of behind the scenes stuff, more information. It's easier for us to talk over there too. It supports the work I'm doing because a lot of the videos like this one will end up getting flagged or demonetized on YouTube. So come join me over at Patreon, or you could send me a coffee at coffee.com/NYTN13. I'm Danielle Romero. This is NYTN, and I'll see you in the comments.
That's pretty interesting. This is the book I was talking about. It's called Dismal Freedom. And there's another book that a Black historian's doing, and maybe he hasn't finished it yet because I couldn't find it. But this will work, and this is an hour, which is going to work out about right. I noticed that Universal's show, The Real Housewives of Boyd, is going to start at 9. So I don't know. I may watch it, I may not. But unless something motivates me, this is going to be a pretty shorter than usual show for Saturday. But I was up way later than I should have been last night. So I'm a little peaked, to use an old fashioned word. So we'll watch this this guy who wrote a book on the Great Dismal Swamp and the Maroons there, and then we'll see where we are. It'll probably end after that.
To be in collaboration. This partnership with Malaprops has a synergy all of its own and a special place, I think, within our own community. And doing this via Zoom really does open up the possibilities for so many other people to participate. So as you said, I'm a member of the UNC Press Advancement Council. And just a few words about the press. We are celebrating our first century of existence this year. We were founded in 1922, and it's been a century of publishing award-winning books for the Academy as well as for the people of North Carolina and indeed for the South, for this entire region. The press publishes roughly 120 books a year, which is a new book every 3 or 4 days. Whether it's a scholarly monograph or a title intended for general audiences, each UNC Press publication undergoes a rigorous peer review process, which is a hallmark of university press publishing. This devotion to excellence is reflected in the numerous awards given to UNC Press titles over the years, awards such as the National Book Award, the Pulitzer Prize in History, and the Bancroft Prize. As part of this state's great public university system, the UNC Press serves the people of the state by publishing general interest books on North Carolina and the American South, its history and culture. Tonight's featured book is one such title. A bit about my own personal experience before I turn things over to our author. My only experience with the Great Dismal Swamp was speeding through it as a teenager on my way to surfing spots on the Outer Banks. The very name of this strange and very haunted landscape sent a chill down my spine, so I couldn't wait to get through it. Never could I have imagined what history that landscape held, and certainly not that it could have been a place of refuge for people enslaved. Thanks to
Bobby, I am so appreciative of your inquisitive mind tonight. I actually forgot to do a story earlier this week about a black kid, I think it was, I don't know, 20 years old, let's just say. I'm not exactly sure of the age. Got roughed up by the police. And if I recall, it turns out over nothing. So that's a potential lawsuit. So, the kid gets roughed up, the cop gets fired or in a bunch of trouble, and now the taxpayers have to pay for that cop's tactics. I think that George Floyd is another good example. The whole country got into an uproar over what was supposedly the defense said a legal police procedure, that knee on the back of George Floyd. And there is a lawsuit. There is a cop in jail, for a very long time. There's the court costs. There's the riots. So, it's kind of easy to see, how the common good gets affected over something that, in all honesty, it amazes me that a counterfeit $10 or $20 bill escalated to this, to a George Floyd uh, sort of situation. I mean, I just I don't understand. It escalated way out of control, and it's all due to racism. Cops are famously um, and proven to be by none other than Roland Fryer to be statistically more prone to use excessive force on Black and Hispanics.
Brent's book, I Now Know More. And the next time I'm traveling through, I won't be speeding, but I intend to stop and pay my respect to the Maroons. And that brings me to an introduction of tonight's author. J. Brent Morris is a professor of history at Clemson University with a PhD from Cornell University. Brent has published with the UNC Press once before. His title, Oberlin, Hotbed of Abolitionism, College, Community, and the Fight for Freedom and Equality in Antebellum America, won the Henry Howe Book Award from the Ohio Genealogical Society. Tonight's book, a new publication, Dismal Freedom, unearths the stories of the lives and struggles for liberation of the so-called Maroons, people who had emancipated themselves from enslavement and settled in the great dismal swamp beyond the reach of their enslavers. This is a story of resilient, proud, and a determined people who made the great dismal swamp their free home and sanctuary, and who played an outsized role in undermining slavery through the Civil War. So Brent, I'd love to turn things over to you now, and perhaps I'll open with a question. How did you first find out about the Maroons?
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, Kurt. It's one of those stories that I've told many times over the years, and I've been working on this project for a lot of years, so it's been several times I've told it. But there was a time in my life where I thought I wanted to be a lawyer, and I had gone to law school and was wasting time really when I should have been studying for my law school exams, and the undergraduate library is where I was. And I pulled down a book from the history section, which I did more and more often, and was beginning to realize that maybe law wasn't for me, and maybe I should follow up on my real love of history in grad school. But I pulled down a book, flipped to a page, and I saw a picture of George Washington treed in the Great Dismal Swamp with a black bear at the base of the tree. And there's the founding father himself perched on a branch. And I read a little bit about the Dismal Swamp where that picture was set. And George Washington had been an investor in the Great Dismal Swamp company. And the name itself really struck me. I thought, well, this is interesting. It's a story about Washington I'd never heard, but this Great Dismal Swamp, what is it? And I did some reading. I did a lot of reading and didn't come across much that actually dealt with the Great Dismal Swamp. But what I found were the stories of self-emancipated men, women, and children who had escaped from their enslavement and then settled within the Great Dismal Swamp. And that didn't sound like a very pleasant experience, but it made me think, well, that it's an experience that's always going to be better than a life of enslavement. So I began to read what I could and found there wasn't much. And once I decided to withdraw from law school after the first year, I began to apply to graduate schools and wrote all about, I really want to study the Great Dismal Swamp, and I would love to research these liminal populations that, sort of straddle the line between slavery and freedom. And I was accepted to grad schools and ended up at Cornell University and got there and very quickly learned that I did not have the skills to figure out just what the story was, much less write it as a dissertation. So I put it aside for a little while. And a little while is kind of an understatement. It was about 20 years or 2 decades that I kept this research project of the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons alive on the side, though. I'd do some reading here and there. I'd do some searches every time I got a chance to expand my research materials for the Dismal Swamp. And then finally had a chance, I guess COVID offered me the opportunity to finally hammer out this manuscript that had been with me for so long. And a part of me kind of regrets that I'm not constantly working on the Dismal Swamp anymore, although this wonderful book is a chance for me, and talks like this, a chance for me to bring it before more audiences and people that, like yourself, had never heard the story of the Maroons of the Great Dismal Swamp, but I think could benefit from hearing it. So in a nutshell, and I guess that's what this 45-minute talk has to be, but the history of the Maroons of the Great Dismal Swamp is a 3-century history of thousands of men, women, and children who emancipated themselves and established lives of freedom within one of the most foreboding landscapes in America. Certainly there weren't easy lives, but they were always lives understood to be preferable to another day spent enslaved. And I think this is probably the most amazing story that I've had a chance to come across in my entire career so far, and probably the most exciting story I'll have a chance to tell. It's taken me a while to be able to uncover enough information to tell the story, but I think I'm able to do it in a pretty good way at this point. Now, when I arrived at graduate school, I quickly did find out that I just wasn't prepared to write this story, but it wasn't because I just was not going to be a good historian. It wasn't really this raging case of imposter syndrome that I came down with immediately as soon as I got to graduate school. It was that I was just the most recent, I guess, of people who had tried to find out more about the Maroons of the Great Dismal Swamp and failed miserably. People had come before me and had very little success themselves. Let me share my screen for just a moment. And let's see. Then here we go. Much better. Sorry about that. Abolitionists had tried to figure out the story of the Great Dismal Swamp. It made sense for them as a kind of a piece of propaganda to show that enslaved people would rather live in a swamp than live enslaved. And one of the few accounts that I was able to come across was from an abolitionist who was writing in 1852. And though he believed to be the swamp what he called a city of refuge in the midst of slavery, and home to what he also called a large colony of Negroes who originally obtained their freedom by the grace of God and their own determined energy, he could not say much more beyond that. He concluded his piece by writing how long this colony has existed, what is its amount of population, what portion of the colonists are now fugitives, and what the descendants of fugitives are, questions not easily determined. And he was absolutely right. They were not questions that were easily determined. Reliable knowledge of the Dismal Swamp and its maroon inhabitants was nearly impossible to come by for outsiders. After the first abolitionist wrote his piece in 1852, there was another journalist who traveled to the Dismal on assignment for Harper's New Monthly Magazine, and he had gone there with a specific hope of catching a glimpse of one of these fugitive slaves, these legendary fugitives. And he did eventually stumble upon a fierce-looking and by this point legendary maroon leader named Osman. But at that point, his curiosities were quickly replaced by the terror of himself being discovered by this well-armed and notorious protector of fugitive slaves, as he was described. So he hid out in the bushes there, and seconds seemed like an eternity, and he could only shake off his paralysis once the man he called a sable outlaw had disappeared back into the swamp. And all that he took away from this experience was adrenaline and the image of Osman the Maroon seared into his memory. He got back to his camp and immediately made a quick sketch of Osman afterwards. And there were 2 enslaved men that had been assigned to him for this trip, and he couldn't get any more intelligence from them about the man that he was sketching, except that they knew his name. But as soon as they recognized the picture, they got quiet. So they knew much more clearly than what they let on. But they also seemed terrified to give away that little bit of information. So you see, for the swamp's inhabitants, that sort of secrecy and the cutting off of themselves completely from the outside world, that was the point. Maroons were men and women who had freed themselves from enslavement and who formed permanent independent communities. They set out to remain undetected, to remain out of sight and concealed as much as possible. And they were remarkably successful in this goal. And the immense Dismal Swamp as well guarded their secrets. The Dismal extends north and south about 50 miles inland from the Atlantic on both sides of the Virginia-North Carolina border, and originally covered a 2,000 square mile area, roughly the size of Delaware. And as colonial maps of the Virginia and North Carolina tidewater filled up from the early 17th century, the Dismal Swamp, or sometimes desert as it was called often on maps, remained an enormous dark spot and a daunting blank space on these maps. Blank space on these maps, I'm sorry. So the swamp itself, people drive through it very quickly because they're scared of the names now. But even back then, people seemed to be scared of the Great Dismal Swamp. It had always been a tangled web of confusion to any outsider who dared to enter. There are deep, stagnant pools of very dark water, islands of higher ground here and there, waterways that slowly flow, towering white pines and cypress, juniper, and gum trees. Briars that will pierce you at every chance, bushes, vines, reeds so thick you can hardly stick your hand through them, mud, I mean, my goodness, the mud, and peat. And this isn't to mention the wildlife. Clouds of bloodthirsty insects, black bears, alligators, several varieties of poisonous snakes. At one point, different points historically, there were feral cattle and hogs. Occasionally, wolves would show up and bobcats. They both roamed both bogs and dry patches throughout. And very few whites of the colonial and antebellum plantation country had any reason at all to approach the Great Dismal Swamp or really pay any attention to its existence. That is, other than the fact that the Great Dismal Swamp very often served as a magnet for their enslaved people when they escaped. So for those who slaved on the labor camps nearby and even hundreds of miles away, refuge beckoned within the swamp's depths. The dangers of the Dismal may hardly seem like an appealing setting to build a life to us, but for some, the worst day of what I've called, entitled my book, Dismal Freedom, was better than the best day as a slave. So marriage occurred to some degree whenever and wherever slavery existed in the Western Hemisphere. It was, in the words of one scholar, the most pervasive form of fugitive slave community formation, negotiation, and slaver accommodation in the history of the Atlantic world. It was also one of the most dynamic and impactful ways that enslaved people resisted their bondage. Though ever present in the Americas, marriage varied significantly over time and space, and scholars have spilled a great deal of ink in attempting to define marriage. They've used factors in different cases, including the length of time a person stayed away from the slave labor camp, manifestations of class struggle, intentions to remain away permanently, individual versus group escapes, degrees of removal from the capitalist mode of production, geographic proximity to slave labor camps, among others, and argue that the concept of marriage should be applied to the entire process of self-emancipation.
Well, one thing to note, they are slowly but surely ceasing to use the word plantation, and they're starting to call them labor camps.
I believe that it extends through the whole of their fugitive experiences, from the first acts of escape from bondage through their self-earned extra-legal freedom, and whether that entails a permanent settlement as part of a community or something that's much more transient. So a maroon then is someone who has self-emancipated themselves from enslavement, or is born to maroon parents and then lives in defiance of the laws of the enslavers that would have limited their freedom. So a person could maroon or be a maroon for a day or a lifetime. They could maroon alone or in a village. They could achieve permanent freedom or eventually even be re-enslaved. They could settle into a quiet life in the wilderness, or they could take up arms against her or their oppressor. They could settle their sights on nearby plantation countries for revenge, plunder, or liberation, or they could live peacefully. But the result was always freedom. Now, freedom, even in the Great Dismal Swamp, was many, many things. And from the title of the book to the final page of the book, I attempt to complicate just what we mean by freedom. And Maroons risked their lives to escape. And then they went on to purposefully choose a life of exile in the Great Dismal Swamp over attempting to continue north, as so many did. Freedom was never limited to the free states above the Mason-Dixon line or even Canada. And the Dismal Swamp offered dismal freedom And it wasn't necessarily a second best option in escape, but in fact, a goal in and of itself that in many ways offered greater independence than if one reached a northern terminus of the much mythologized Underground Railroad. Outsiders describe the Dismal Swamp as impenetrable and unlivable. But Maroons knew otherwise. It was there in the swamp that they took control of their own lives and destinies. They married, they had children in the swamp, they formed families away from the control and, importantly, away from the ownership of white enslavers. They maintained a cultural life beyond the supervision of whites. They cultivated garden plots and raised livestock. They built and lived in permanent and substantial houses and structures miles into the swamp. And they freely traded goods and services over a territory of thousands of square miles. Some people were born, lived, and died in the Great Dismal Swamp without ever knowing another home, without ever seeing a white face. And they stayed there for years, sometimes before leaving the swamp following the Civil War. And that they did so in less than ideal circumstances and with less flexibility to do exactly as they pleased, only places them somewhere on a continuum of freedom and unfreedom in the antebellum South, and at any point on which people could in fact thrive relative to their circumstances. And thrive they did. From the 17th century on through the Civil War, thousands of Maroons escaped to the swamp, and there they established dozens of permanent communities. There they lived and died in the midst of the Tidewater Slave Society, the largest in all of North America. And the way that these communities functioned varied. They varied depending on when and where a given community was formed, what motivations and individuals and groups had for marooning. And I detail several types of those community formations in the 4th chapter of my book. And together, these communities established an extraordinary and historically significant world within the Dismal. And despite the remarkable lives thousands of Maroons led in the swamp, their experiences have gone under-recorded in the documentary record. Now, this makes it difficult for historians like myself, right? But this was all, of course, by design. Dismal Swamp Maroons were highly successful in concealing themselves, but their flight into the swamp, well beyond the gaze of outsiders, has continued to be much more successful in hiding them than they ever would have anticipated. They left very few sources behind, and those few sources have seldom attracted the sustained attention of historians. They're incomplete in a lot of ways. They only hint at a story that's intimidating sometimes in its silence, mostly undocumented and seemingly irretrievable. But I knew, even before I could really do the research myself, that this was a history that had to be recovered. So I wrote a dissertation on the abolitionist movement in Ohio, not totally unrelated to the Dismal Swamp, but for the most part. But kept that Dismal Swamp project going because I knew that this was going to be a really fun project to follow up on, but really important story that needed to be told. So I knew it had to be recorded. We know that the study of hemispheric marronage had that the phenomenon was a very antithesis of what white people asserted to be the bedrock of pro-slavery ideology. That the idea that people of African descent were somehow incapable of surviving without the benevolent oversight of whites. It was what white people sort of told themselves to feel more at ease with enslaving other human beings. It went on that African Americans didn't truly desire to be free, that they were in every way inferior to white people. They were biologically suited for labor, hard labor and enslavement. So Maroons flew in the face of that every time that they appeared on the frontier of slave society. They were a weakness in the slave system, and it just could not be hidden. Maroons were a weakness that directly challenged white authority and white supremacy. So yeah, they did desire to be free. They were not, in fact, in every way inferior to whites. They, in fact, did carve out lives for themselves. They were able to survive without the oversight of white people. Now, North American Maroons have just left a very thin paper trail. Only a few historians have taken up the challenge of uncovering the histories of marronage in the British North American colonies, or what becomes the United States. And I'm happy to talk to anybody who's interested in the Q&A or in some other form or medium about this very limited historiography. But for the purposes of this talk, it's important for me to say that my book, Dismal Freedom, is the first and only comprehensive history of the Maroons of the Great Dismal Swamp. Then they were the largest and most important group of Maroons in North America. So there's a lot that this book can add to the historiography, to the history of understanding Maronage in North America. And it took 2 decades of digging in the documentary source material to really find the Maroons and to hear their voices. And it also took 2 decades of literally digging in the swamp itself alongside my colleagues in the Great Dismal Swamp Landscape Study. The Great Dismal Swamp Landscape Study is an archaeology-focused research group that was funded by the NEH, and it was convened to recover interpretable archaeological information about pre-Civil War swamp communities that existed within the current bounds of the Great Dismal Swamp National Wildlife Refuge. The GDSLS undertook archaeological field work in 2003 to 2006, and most recently 2009 to 13. It was the project of an American university archaeologist named Daniel Sayers, and I was lucky enough to be the historian on this group for all these years. But it represents the first and only extensive archaeological research to ever take place in the refuge or even within the historical boundaries of the Great Dismal Swamp. And to date, the scholars of the Great Dismal Swamp landscape have generated one of the largest archaeological and historical data sets on marginalized communities in North America, including the most detailed and expansive body of materials related to Maroon communities currently available in North America. So this archaeological fieldwork, my continued archival documentary research, and the utilization of fascinating new technologies, geophysics, ground penetrating radar and electrosensitivity, LiDAR imaging, things like that, have conclusively demonstrated the existence of Maroon communities or Maroon settlements throughout the Great Dismal Swamp. And the work of this archaeological group, the Great Dismal Swamp Landscape Study, has helped me to fill huge gaps that exist in the documentary sources. And you know, it's been my pleasure to incorporate the results from the archaeological digs. Nobody's really had access to these records of the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons. So really, it was only through the work that the archaeologists were doing, my own documentary research, that a truly, interdisciplinary approach allowed this fascinating story to be told. And importantly, to be told largely through the voices of the Maroons who lived in the swamp. It's one thing to tell a story from the outside, but to get as close to that activity and source material as possible is what I think we all try to do as historians. And I feel like I was successful in doing that. Scholars have very seldom listened for those voices of the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons. But Maroon voices were sometimes deafening in the American South, especially in and around the Great Dismal Swamp. And even though it would have probably surprised previous generations of scholars, it's the voices of Maroons that carry the most important arguments of my book. Maroon voices collectively registered one of the most thunderous indictments of slavery, and the echoes chafed at the ideological bases on which enslavers relied to justify owning other human beings. I already mentioned this just a bit earlier. Maronage and the possibility of maronage, and know this, all enslaved people were always potential Maroons. What this did was it exploded the hegemony of
Yeah, I wish I had thought of this the last time I talked, or one of the last times I've talked to SKC. His bullshit about, white people need to be thanked or groveled at the feet of because excuse me, because black people would not be free but for white people. I wonder what his response would be. If he listens to this on a replay or something, I would love to know. These people, quote, self-emancipated. They weren't waiting on white people to do it.
slaver power, and it replaced it with an unspoken and really smoldering charge of impotence to control people who, according to the white supremacist pro-slavery ideology, they should have been incapable of independent thought and totally undesiring of freedom in the first place. Maroon voices also demand a reassessment what it is that we mean by freedom. Marinage and the Dismal represented an alternative to a life of enslavement, that's for sure. It also represented a choice in most cases to live free lives in the swamp in the South rather than seeking it in a free state to the north or even Canada. Maroon voices also remind us that freedom was not just an accomplishment after passage along this underground railroad, but a marinage process sustained by their own heroic efforts. And Dismal Swamp Maroons also relentlessly resisted enslavement and the brutalities of slavery through a method, their marinage, that at once shook cracks into the bedrock of the institution, while not even having as their goal necessarily its overthrow. I mean, as their lives and voices make clear, freedom itself was their primary objective. And all of that was a part of their marinage, including their initial escape, helping themselves to the resources of the slave labor camps that they might have escaped from, seeking then to disappear into the Dismal, working alongside enslaved canal workers, and yes, sometimes even rebellion. And all of these responses to enslavement landed somewhere on this continuum of resistance. Some scholars have dismissed the impact of North American marinage because these Maroons didn't generally wage constant and outright warfare against their enslavers, as some Maroons in other locales did in the Caribbean and South America and Central America. But resistance didn't necessarily have to have revolution or even a direct critique of the slave system as its goal. But in the Dismal Swamp, even when Maroons did not direct their violent attacks against their enslavers or rise up in rebellion, their very existence in total defiance of their enslavers, it maintained the constant potential for such action. So the impact of Dismal Swamp Maroons' resistance was in fact cumulatively overwhelming, even if it was never actually directly catastrophic at any one moment in history. So in the sources, sometimes you'll see hostile voices commonly classify Maroons as lurkers, as villains, as rogues, as runaways, as fugitives, as wild men, as bandits. These writers did not recognize Maroons' desire for and achievement of freedom as legitimate goals in and of themselves. So they denigrated it, and they defined self-emancipators in the insulting terms of enslavers, laws, and customs. Maroon voices, though, what I've really been trying to get at in this project, they asserted their humanity, and they didn't recognize the enslavers' authority or their laws or their ethics, because these people were no longer slaves. They weren't afraid. And in their world, they were just about as free as any other Americans. Maroons named themselves, as did the remarkable Jack Dismal. And they fully came of age as men and women through their marinage, as did the very brave young man, John Nichols. The first self-governing African-American communities, North or South, whether whites recognized them or not, included the Maroon communities of the Great Dismal Swamp. So a quick roadmap of the book, which I do hope you buy. It's a great book. It's a great story. Buy one copy and share it. That's fine. It's a story that I think the world needs to know. I start out by sketching the natural history of the Great Dismal Swamp. And then I try to set the scene for the dynamic human history, which is to follow. And in the first chapter, I illuminate the little-known early history of these earliest European settlements in the area that would become later known to be North Carolina at the southern edge of the Great Dismal Swamp. A handful of traders, fugitives from indentured servitude, enslavement, poverty, debt, or the law, certain religious dissenters as well, they made their way south from Virginia as early as the 1640s. And the area in and around the Great Dismal Swamp became a sanctuary for the renegades of Chesapeake society. These settlers established a society.
Yeah, Clue, I feel compelled to show this. I guess this Saturday is not going to be as messy as the last couple have been, but that's all right. People can get their fill of internet mess at 9 o'clock on Universal Jones. He's got the Real Housewives of Boyd scheduled, which I may watch. I may watch and I'll probably hop in bed and read while I listen to the mess. But I've been this particular book, and I guess there's another book that I'm waiting on about the Great Dismal Swamp. I think that it is fascinating. You always hear about the Maroons in Jamaica and other places in the Caribbean. Well, we had our own, as this guy calls it, marinage. We had Maroons, basically escaped slaves who, instead of the mountains, they escaped to the swamp. And basically, they were, more or less in there for damn near 200 years. and they basically were never found. Of course, it's like 2,000 square miles. It's supposedly the Great Dismal Swamp is the size of Delaware. So, nobody wanted to go in there and hunt them down and dig them out. So this is kind of fascinating.
Outside the control of colonial authorities, and it fostered independence and nonconformity. And these were values widespread amongst the people that were trying to escape Chesapeake society. They valued political participation. They held decidedly progressive racial views. And they importantly opposed all hints of hierarchy. Now, these early settlers were ultimately unable to preserve their independence beyond the Cary Rebellion of 1708 to 1711. And they eventually did fall under the control of the elite Anglican establishment. But sources suggest that others, likely those of mixed heritage or African descent, began to enter into a new life in the Great Dismal Swamp as Chesapeake society seemed to bear down on. So chapter 2 follows the development of the Great Dismal Swamp and marinage through the colonial era. In this period of early Maroon occupation, numbers were very few. Their organization was likely very limited, but there was evidence of the beginning of strategic aggression originating in the swamp by Native American refugees, also by African Americans, and directed, importantly, against the outside society that had oppressed them. And Maroon activity increases significantly in the years leading up to 1720. Refugees from the Tuscarora War began to enter the swamp from the south. Africans, who were steadily increasing in number in the Virginia Tobacco Company, fleed of the swamp from the north. And the late 18th century and early 19th century comprised a new era of armed campaigns originating in and around the Great Dismal Swamp and then striking out at the surrounding slave society. Now, certainly there were no Maroon wars in North America on par with those of the Caribbean. But the third chapter argues that the aggregate altogether of guerrilla raids from within the swamp, including Maroons' involvement in the American Revolution and also connections to and participation in later slave rebellions, all of that represents, within the context of North American slave resistance and rebellion, the closest comparable phenomenon in all of North America. Admittedly, these were small groups occasionally, but the raids were chronic. They weren't simply episodic. And the evidence suggests that some of these raids were often part of something much larger, of plans and collaborations over a large area and among different groups of Maroons, enslaved and marginalized people as well. So although the potentially cataclysmic nature of the Maroon threat was constant, if not necessarily potentially cataclysmic, though importantly, it may have been more imagined to have been at times, and it was altogether real, Maroon guerrilla activity, I believe, surely resulted in a greater property loss altogether than Nat Turner's rebellion or the thwarted Gabriel Rebellion in the early 1800s. Now, Maroons were not simply provisioning themselves through raids either. Most Maroons had often once been valuable enslaved property themselves, and their process of Marooning had been, at least from a white perspective, that of stealing themselves from their owner. An estimate from the 1850s that the Maroons of the Dismal Swamp represented about $1.5 million worth of slave property. It may have been a little bit high for any given time, but it actually was quite low if you compare it to this perspective of about 200 years of the Dismal Swamp serving as a beacon for Maroons, for enslaved people self-emancipating. The Maroons had as their primary goal to remain undetected. And like I said, in this, they were incredibly successful. But in the fourth chapter, I seek to offer a closer look at the lives of the Maroons within the swamp. And I try to construct a partial portrait of those lives from the evidence provided by contemporary documents, from oral history, and recent archaeological discoveries. Maroons established direct settlements across the vast Great Dismal Swamp that reflected the residents' diverse motivations for marooning. Recent archaeological digs in the swamp have uncovered evidence of maroon structures, as well as demonstrations of cultural features across several dry islands within the swamp. Satellite images indicate that large islands, which are greater than 20 acres, and large clusters of smaller islands, 50 or so more acres in the aggregate, exist within the swamp. And these would have been conducive to large-scale settlement. Islands that have been surveyed by the Great Dismal Swamp Landscape Study, and all of that is less than 1% of the Great Dismal Swamp Wildlife Refuge acres, range from 1 to 39 acres and are often found in clusters with as little as 50 feet between them. So some of them are as high as 10 feet above sea level, so above swamp level in the most isolated deep swamp islands. So there are places for maroons to live, and the archaeological evidence and limited documentary sources paint a fascinating picture of the type of lives that maroons lived there in their dismal freedom. Now, the final 3 decades of dismal swamp marronage through the end of the Civil War represented an escalation of sorts of previous eras of confrontation. As the 5th chapter recounts this growth, the experience of a new generation of maroons in guerrilla warfare, and their increasing notoriety in American popular culture had already begun to strike at the very foundations of Tidewater slave society by the time many maroons left the swamp to join Union forces in dealing a final death blow to North American slavery in the Civil War. It was also during this last antebellum decade that the accumulated intellectual burden of more than 2 centuries of dismal swamp marronage finally became.
Yeah, this is something that really was never really taught, definitely not. And really, there wasn't that much known about it. I'm pretty sure, I haven't looked into it. I wouldn't be surprised if there were, if the Okefenokee Swamp down in South Georgia had escaped slaves. There was a place where I used to live in Virginia, up on a place called Blue Mountain. There were escaped slaves up there. There are, the continental United States does have a history of marronage. But I think the biggest group of them would be in the Great Dismal Swamp it's right on the Virginia, North Carolina border. It kind of straddles the state lines. But yeah, there were an awful lot of them.
Became unbearable for white supporters of slavery in the Tidewater and beyond. Despite the apparent decrease of maroon activities from the swamp after 1831, the year of the Nat Turner insurrection in Virginia, the symbolic shadow that the Great Dismal Swamp cast over the South grew much longer. Ultimately, the Great Dismal Swamp maroons, by virtue of their very existence and resilience, drove a nail into the coffin of North American slavery. And when the war ended, Great Dismal Swamp maroons quietly emerged from their swamp and then disappeared again, this time into the bustle of a world where slavery no longer existed. But now they traded one set of dangers for another. So the bears and rattlesnakes that they might have encountered in the swamp were no longer a constant threat to their safety, but many now former maroons were a bit skittish on the outside after so many years in exile. They would have to wrestle with the ambiguous meanings of freedom, their place in Reconstruction governments, and then later a Jim Crow world that led some former maroons back into the only secure and safe place they had ever known, the Great Dismal Swamp. Some, before their return to the swamp, told their stories of dismal freedom. One of the favorite maroons that I encountered in the sources was a man named Long Davy Costin. And Long Davy was one of these old maroons who sat down at one point with an interested writer. And the writer had long been fascinated by the legends of the Great Dismal Swamp maroons. And he encountered Long Davy, and he asked him about his experiences living in the swamp because he knew Davy already. And Davy prepared his listener for a long story because it was a complicated story. Again, on that continuum between slavery and freedom. And Davy said, "Boss, you asked me a hard question. I tell you, boss, when you get into the desert, which is what the swamp was called, if nobody sees nothing, the runaway catchers can't catch you. And Davy invited this writer into his amazing tale. And his invitation still echoes to this day. It's very interesting. Centuries later, I think as a very appropriate introduction to my book that tells his story and that of thousands of others with whom he shared the swamp. So Davy told this writer, he said, "Get off your horse and sit down. I'm going to tell you something." And he proceeded to tell him all about his life story and life in the Dismal Swamp. And it's a fascinating tale that Long Davy Costin was able to share. Thousands of other men, women, and children were able to live lives of dismal freedom in the swamp. And it's been my privilege to uncover and then to tell their story. Actually dedicate the book to the names of Maroons who I was able to come across in the sources. So many of them had been, in their whole lives only named in runaway slave ads or in negative newspaper portrayals of marriage. And this was my chance to sort of give them a new life, give them a new remembrance. So the book is dedicated to their names, but their stories carry the book. I mean, it was a pleasure to write because the lives of these Maroons were so fascinating, so brave, so resilient. And I think it has a lot to offer to our understanding of American slavery, of resistance to enslavement, the coming of the Civil War, and then the ending of the institution of slavery after several centuries of being sort of ratcheted on to the United States. So I welcome questions. I believe there's probably going to be a lot, and I know there's already some that had been developed before I started the talk, but the great stuff comes out in the questions, things that you can't fit into a 30-minute talk. So anything and everything you're wondering about the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons, I am happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I'll see if there are any interesting questions. Probably won't get through all of this. There's still about 30 minutes of this left. I think I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it up at the end of this, or after about, let's see, where am I time-wise? Coming up on 4 hours. Yeah, probably I'll give it 10 minutes. If it's not interesting in 10 minutes, I'll wrap it up there. A reminder, I'll probably go over once Real Housewives of Boyd starts up. I'll probably watch it. I may troll in the chat a little bit, but I'm kind of tired and I don't feel like dealing with the young people's mess. So we'll see. But they supposedly start up at 9.
Thanks so much, Brent. So we do have audience questions, and I know Kirk also has some questions. And so I think what we'll do is share the time. And I'm going to jump in with an audience question first, if that's okay. And then, Kirk, why don't we just sort of trade off since you got the first question in when we first started. How does that sound?
Right.
So our first question is from Christine, who is asking specifically, because you mentioned talking about the natural history of the Great Dismal Swamp first. Christine's asking what sources you used for wildlife species, especially, Christine's especially interested in sources of sightings of wolves and other large carnivores. It's like her wheelhouse.
Well, I consulted a lot of more recent scientific literature. Naturalists in the 19th century would frequent the Great Dismal Swamp and not make it too far in, but write about what they encountered. And the large, sort of the larger carnivores, particularly, those come out of contemporary sources. And sometimes when a source might describe a tiger as being in the swamp, it was most likely a bobcat. Alligators were just sort of beginning to make their way into the Dismal Swamp. Probably it's about as northern as alligators can get to the Great Dismal Swamp waters, but they were there. And there are a couple of references to wolves, or at least to the killing of the last wolves of the Dismal Swamp, which implies that they had been there for some time before the last one was killed, I believe. My source suggests in the 1850s. But with anything dealing with the Dismal Swamp, it's hard to answer a question with a very short kind of response, because I had to to write about wolves and the wildlife, you have to go to 10, 12, 20 sometimes sources just to get all of the animals that are mentioned in these different sources together. And trying to get those firsthand accounts of the swamp has always been problematic. To my knowledge, there are probably about 4 or 5 pre-Civil War interviews with Maroons from the swamp, and those are just woefully incomplete. They never tell you actually everything you want to know as a historian. So I've had to piece together a lot of these stories from later interviews, late 19th century interviews with African Americans who, one way or another, people knew that they lived in the swamp, and newspapers would carry these sort of colorful articles. Old man lived in swamp, and you eventually kind of develop an eye for finding those in newspapers. But the remembrances of tigers and bobcats, I mean, to a certain degree, that might have been, a 90 or 100-year-old man remembering something that he had done in his youth in the swamp a little bit incorrectly, or, with a little bit fuzzy. But the swamp was, was a place that people were scared of going because specifically of the wildlife, because of the snakes, because of the large animals that might be there. But those dangerous animals to outsiders were also dangerous to those living in the swamp, but they provided a certain degree of protection. If you knew how to watch your back and make sure that, for instance, your camp.
Yeah, Clue, you know who Universal Jones is, right? I'm sure you do. The last 2, I think this is the 3rd week they've been doing it, but he has gotten Mooncakes, her sister Tina, and sometimes Uniquely, I think her full handle is Uniquely Stunning or something like that. Basically, kind of 3 youngish YouTube e-girls. I don't know if that's the exact term, but I've heard them called that. Just messy young women, basically, who just, typically, if you've ever run into Mooncakes, you'll understand. I'm sure you may have run into Mooncakes on CT's show, where she's got a sister who, believe it or not, is messier. So I just basically started, last week, not really last week's show, but the first show just kind of reminded me, because the show is done. There's like a running just mess / feud / beef on the show. Then it spills over to C. Moore's show, and it's just like for a week, people just with hurt feelings, and you need to apologize, and it was just a royal mess. So, it just reminded me of Real Housewives of Atlanta, or I've never really watched the other series. So, Universal Jones is like the documenter of Boyd, which is bottom of YouTube, which I think is it's a silly concept. But, it is what it is. And they're the Real Housewives of Boyd, bottom of YouTube. And, it's a pejorative. It's meant to be.
Didn't get attacked by a black bear. If you knew how to repel those, the bears were the greatest protectors you had. Those animals kept people out and from trying to reclaim you into your enslavement. So the swamp to outsiders was a terror, but to those that actually lived within the swamp, it was their greatest protector.
Excellent. Thank you. Hope that helps, Christine. And like I said, Kirk, we do have a couple more audience questions, but do you have another one that's burning, or shall I? Yeah.
Well, I guess one of the questions that your presentation begs, Brent, is how large were the largest settlements, the largest communities, and how did they govern themselves? What was the sense of social structure among beyond the solo Maroons who might have settled?
It's hard to come to those answers. We believe that there were the Great Swamp Landscape Study. Those of us that were working together believe that there were probably dozens of different settlements across the swamp. And I get into this in much more detail in the book, but depending on why you actually approach the swamp in the first place, the size and the nature of the settlement that you find yourself in, either invited into or sort of stumble upon, varies. So there were Maroons who were comfortable once they had escaped enslavement, kind of keeping one foot in that outside world and then one within the swamp. And there are instances where Maroons might subcontract out to enslaved swamp workers who were being worked in the swamp to cut shingles, make barrel staves, and Maroons would actually work sometimes as subcontractors by the piece for for these enslaved workers. So they would actually sometimes be very closely involved with and interact with enslaved workers as well. So they were in and out of the swamp, and those communities, those settlements might have been different. Deep in the swamp, you find the people who wanted to cut all ties with the outside world. And they were literally miles into the swamp and able to do that. And there you actually find the development of much larger communities, communities that are able to create those permanent structures without any real worry of them being discovered and torn down. I mean, if you're 3 miles into a swamp and you build a fortress or a house for your family, that represents labor that could be put to something else. I mean, every day in the Dismal Swamp, there's work that has to be done. So you're not going to build those structures unless you have some sort of feeling that, you're safe basically in the swamp. And, generations would develop within the swamp in those settlements. Now, the archaeology has been really helpful in trying to figure out, I mean, we don't have precise counts, but in these islands that have been surveyed, the older materials are found at the top of the islands, or the higher elevation. As you get closer to the swamp level, it's only a more the artifact assemblage gets thinner. So it's pretty clear that the size of these communities varied over time. That high land, dry land was valued over all others, but at certain times the population was so big that there were settlements almost falling into the swamp. So most likely every square foot of land that was habitable within the Great Dismal Swamp at one time or another was inhabited. And, over the centuries, more people would enter the swamp or less. Sometimes people would leave the swamp for different reasons. So the size of these communities does vary significantly over time. And then there's always people who sort of settle on the edge of the swamp temporarily. It's much more transient sort of existence. And they're hiding out in the Dismal Swamp to try to make that next jump to a free state or to Canada. So depending on where you look and depending on what the motivations were, you're going to find different numbers. And it's impossible to say at any given moment how many people were there, but cumulatively over the centuries, easy to imagine that thousands of people had once made their home in the Great Dismal Swamp.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. I'm going to combine a couple of related questions here from Barbara and another one from Christine. Barbara's asking about whether or not you looked at Maroon communities in South Carolina. And Christine is asking if there are any connections between Great Dismal Swamp Maroons and Melungeons in Appalachia. So yeah, I'm just going to throw both of those out there as kind of related to, the broader kind of.
I don't know of any specific connections to the Appalachian populations, but the South Carolina Maroons, it does sort of, I can bring that in to sort of explain how I fill in some interpretive gaps that might have been in the documentary record and then even in the archaeological record. Everywhere that slavery existed, so too did marronage. People are constantly escaping their enslavement and settling on the margins of slave society. And in different places, those communities are, bigger or smaller. And the Great Dismal Swamp just happened to be a spot that provided the type of deep protection that was necessary to establish a community, maybe of hundreds of people. South Carolina was similar. I mean, it's a place that along the coast where a lot of big rice plantations were situated, was swampy, a lot of land that was hard to access by outsiders, by whites who might try to track down an enslaved person that had escaped. That worked really well for the formation of Maroon communities. And I've actually done some research on different Maroon groups that were able to establish themselves in the South Carolina Lowcountry wreak havoc really on the slave society down there. But the existence of other maroon populations gives a historian who's looking to kind of fill out the story of the Great Dismal Swamp a chance to look for parallels. And there are a lot of similarities between things that I found in sources related to the Great Dismal Swamp that by themselves, I really wouldn't put, a lot of weight to in my analysis. But if I see it happening in South Carolina with maroon populations, and if I see an example of it maybe happening in Jamaica or Brazil, it seems to be something that comes up over and over in all maroon societies, then I can safely assume that if I see something that's sort of hinted at in the Dismal Swamp sources, that it probably happened there as well. And there are a lot of parallels, a lot of echoes of things that I kind of brushed the surface of in the Great Dismal Swamp, which is as good as you can do in some cases, that I've seen in other maroon societies. And that's really in a lot of ways how we could piece together what we think the social structure in the swamp might have been like, based in to a large degree possibly on African social structures that a lot of these enslaved people brought with them or were taught by their parents and grandparents. And just try to make sense of it, because maroons at the end of the day, whether you're in the Caribbean or Brazil or South Carolina or the Great Dismal Swamp, were seeking freedom and did that with a lot of the same strategies. Obviously, every situation was a little bit different, but there were enough similarities to be able to confidently say that the Dismal Swamp was similar enough that this and this happened. Firsthand accounts from life directly in the swamp, they don't exist. I mean, we have a few people who made it out of the swamp later and told us a little bit about what happened in the swamp, but we have to pull in other maroon experiences from South Carolina, from other places, to extrapolate what probably happened in the Dismal Swamp. And in my book, there's a lot of may haves and probably did and might have done this. I feel like I owe that to the reader to not make it seem like I'm offering this airproof case. This is exactly what the Dismal Swamp was like, because nobody knows that except the people that lived it. And even the Maroons that lived in the Great Dismal Swamp may not have even known about other settlements within the swamp. So they may not have had the full picture themselves. And that's why the subtitle of the book is A History of the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons, not the history of the Great Dismal Swamp Maroons. This is my attempt to piece together as best I can the story of these people from everything that I can get my hands on, from the archaeological record, from the documentary sources, from other Maroon societies. But the existence of other Maroons definitely was helpful in putting together my book, my project, and my interpretations.
Kirk, I'd like to jump back in with another audience question.
I am going to stop that here. It's possible I may finish this up tomorrow if I do a show. And knowing me, I'll probably get bored and do a couple hours anyway. But I do actually have some cooking I think I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to make chicken and cornbread stuffing. So who knows how long that'll take. So as I said, most of you know where Universal Jones's show is. I actually think, did I save it? No, I did not. So if you go into YouTube, just type Universal Jones and 2 words, and you should come upon it. So see you over there if I make it over there. See Latino for Trump is live also. So Universal's supposed to go live at 9. We'll see if they're on CPT or not. So I enjoyed it, everyone. As always, anytime I get to watch a history video, it's good for me. I don't think it was good for everyone, but so it goes. Sometimes you got to actually learn something. So Kimmy, thank you again for your support. Let me thank the Saturday show sponsors, who happen to be the Stan Autry, SD, Brooklyn Watson, and Richard. Thank you so much for the gas money. I shouldn't have stayed up so late last night, but sometimes it happens. It was Friday. So there's a good chance I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night.